Hello, everyone. Welcome to the BI Livecast series. I'm Andrew Hamp. I'm an entertainment and editorial consultant here at Brand Innovators, and we're so excited to have you joining us today. We hope you're looking forward to today's very special summit on marketing to the LGBTQ+ community. We're going to hear from CMOs and senior marketing leaders from MasterCard, Diageo Beer, Best Buy, Electronic Arts, Procter & Gamble, Mondelez International, and many more, as well as our fantastic moderators about the importance of reaching this community all year round, and not just in June during Pride Month. So why are we talking about the LGBTQ+ community today? Well, first, there's the obvious. The National Gay and Lesbian Chamber of Commerce has estimated that the LGBT community contributes over $1.7 trillion to the US economy. That's a number that gets even bigger when you include the growing representation for the non-binary, queer, asexual, and intersex consumers as part of that wider community. And the 14th annual study on LGBTQ marketing from Community Marketing Insights was able to put metrics behind how much representation in marketing truly matters. 80% of that study's US respondents last year said that brands who support LGBTQ equality will get more of my business this year, quote, and 73% of respondents to that survey said who said they made a purchase over the past year was at least partially the result of a company's LGBTQ inclusive outreach, employment practices, and or supportive political stance. But as we all know, with all diversity and inclusion work, there's still more progress we can all make. In 2018, the Human Rights Campaign found that fewer than half of LGBTQ+ people are out at work. And of those employees who hide their identity at work, 73% are likely to leave the company within the next 3 years. That a sobering stat like that was the very basis of a newly founded organization called Do the Work, which is spelled WERQ, that I in fact helped last year found, with the core belief that LGBTQ+ inclusive work can be even better when members of the community have a bigger seat at the table and producing campaigns that feature our community. If you'd like to learn more about Do the Work, follow Do the Work, that's WERQ, on Twitter and LinkedIn to learn more about some of the initiatives that we're building to help bridge that gap. All right, back to today's summit. We are so proud to have an all-star lineup of marketers today who we feel represent the best practices in reaching LGBTQ+ consumers with nuanced, empowering messaging. We'll have time at the end of each session for Q&A, so please be sure to ask questions and use the chat function below to engage with both our speakers and attendees. Now, right before we kick off, I would love to share a quick recap of what we've been doing at Brand Innovators for the past 10 months. We've been very busy with our livecast series, so take a look at this little sizzle we put together.
Every single person on our team, from the top down, from the bottom up, everybody stepped up.
You've been with us since the beginnings. We're going to keep the ball rolling. We have 2 more amazing speakers.
We were going to launch our very first virtual event, which we called the Livecasts. Historically, Brand Innovators has been a real-world events-based organization. We would go around the country, every major market, hosted by major brands, Fortune 500 companies. We would bring our community members together in the real world at those events to share with each other and learn from one another. It became obvious in March, like many other brands, we had to rethink our entire model.
We're really excited to kick this off and to welcome Angela.
Joining as our moderator, Alex Belady.
I'm really happy to be here with Steve Kennedy today.
They've continued the momentum all the way through this time that we've all been, unfortunately, stuck inside during the pandemic.
It feels like a family. It feels like a community.
Just got married 2 days ago.
Congratulations.
It's been an honor to be part of the virtual stage.
Thanks so much to Brand Innovators for having me here today.
Learning from them and being part of a community was really great. So thank you, Brand Innovators.
We've had 112 live casts, 150 private virtual roundtables. Between those two, 1,200 senior brand marketers from all sorts of amazing brands in our community, and all the amazing brand marketers, all of our fantastic partners and sponsors.
I found the experience exciting, thoughtful, inspirational.
I look forward to when we're back in person, but until then, this has worked very well.
If you haven't attended, you should, and you should bring your team with you.
I'm going to be a marketer for the rest of my life.
It's great, Chris. I love it, bro.
Full creative power, and they're like, you know what, you know best, you do you.
How is working from home going for you?
It's probably driving my wife crazy.
Fantastic job moderating. This is really wonderful. Thank you all.
All right, so that was a quick look at what we've been up to here at Brand Innovators. Thank you all again for tuning in. So without further ado, I am thrilled to welcome our first speakers of the day. Let's welcome Cheryl Guerin. Cheryl is the EVP, North America Marketing and Communications at MasterCard, and she's going to be joined by moderator James Kinney. James is the Global Chief Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Officer at Ogilvy. Welcome, Cheryl and James.
Thanks, Andrew.
Good to see you. Cheryl, are you in Purchase or is this your home office?
I'm in Purchase. I'm in the office, and
I love it.
Home. I'm in and out, right? So a little bit in the office and a little bit at home. So it's actually a nice combo.
Excellent. James, welcome. I'll hand it over to you. Good to see you both.
Yeah, you too, Andrew. Thanks so much, Cheryl. Great to see you again. So happy that we could have this conversation live.
Oh, it's so great to talk with you again, James, and excited to be here with all of you for Brand Innovators. It's great.
Awesome. So let's dig right in. So, well, first of all, I just wanted to, it's still Black History Month. So congrats on your work with Jennifer Hudson and supporting Black females and their businesses. So congrats on that, because I know that's something that's new and recent that you're doing, and the feedback has been incredible across the market.
Thank you so much. It's a good example of another, we're focused on impact and how do we drive inclusion and impact. So it's a good lead in for the discussion today. Thanks.
Yeah, 100%. So listen, I know that MasterCard is the world's preeminent brand on financial inclusion. Can you take us through a 30,000-foot view of what that means and what it means to you as an executive and a leader, what it means to your organization, and then what does it mean for the communities that you serve?
Sure. So, first of all, inclusion is just central to who we are as a company, and it's a core pillar of what we do. So, and it's critical. We talk about it here. It's decency, the decency quotient, and we talk about it as employees here at MasterCard. What is the decency quotient, and making sure we have decency and respect for all human beings, for all people. And then, and that makes it a wonderful place to work, of course. And it ensures that we have diverse perspectives at the table as a business. But then when we think about the opportunity to enable so many people around the world who aren't currently, in the financial system, and they don't have access to payment cards or banking systems, it is part of our job to make sure that we enable more people into the system. So we have a goal of putting 1 billion people into the system, where we already surpassed the half a billion mark and wow. Counting. And that's getting new products, new solutions, new ways to get people access, things that we may all take for granted, getting access to, online shopping, getting an ID card, by the way, having an ID that also gives you a form of payment. So access to all the things, all the safety, all the capabilities that I think probably we take for granted every day.
Yeah, that's a serious key performance indicator, 1 billion. Yeah, it's amazing. So you mentioned your culture and your people. So first of all, as you know, I'm a huge fan. Can you walk me through the inclusiveness in your people, in your culture, and the work, and how it connects into the world? Because as you know, with Gen Z, they're holding all of us accountable. If you're talking about it in your campaigns and you're saying you're doing it, well, then let me look at your executive team. Let me look, do you have any women? Do you have any people of color? Do you have any community members that are gay, lesbian, trans, et cetera, that are on your board or on your teams? So how have you been able to rally your internal culture to align with that external work?
I mean, when I talk about decency at our core, which is a pillar of just who we are, it empowers all of us. So first of all, yes, MasterCard has been very vocal about diversity and inclusion overall as from an employee standpoint. But then I go into how we're empowered to have real impact, across the board as employees. And so if I bring that into what we do in marketing, it's first about really understanding the needs of people and different groups and around the world, and then figuring out what the solutions are. Now, what you said is we have a responsibility. We do. We have a responsibility not just to say, as marketers, not just to message, but to do something and take action. And I tell you what we did I'm going to start out by saying something about messaging, but it created a behavior change for us in our marketing organization. And a few years ago, really slight, we've always had our priceless campaign, and it's way more than advertising. It's always been about enabling priceless experiences. We changed the tagline to start something priceless. Okay, now that's the saying something part, but what it did was force us to figure out what actions we were going to be taking. So the spirit behind that was we can no longer, none of us should just be saying, because it's hollow, right? You have to have the ability to do something and have impact. Now I'm lucky to work for a company where it is core. So there's impact happening all around the world. But then, being a marketer, the ability to uncover new insights and learnings and then take that and put that into action. And I know we'll talk about a few examples. Oh, yeah. But we're empowered to do that because it is part of the culture and who we are.
That's amazing. So last question on this kind of 30,000 feet broad strokes. What would you say to other brands right now that are saying, no, we don't want to take a position? That's not our brand. We're general market only. We're not going to speak to specific audiences, and we're not going to address the LGBTQ plus community. What would your advice be to a CMO who honestly just doesn't want to pull that trigger?
Brands have to have a point of view, and it's just not so interesting to not have a point of view. Like as a brand, you have to have a personality. And playing it safe, as one might say, and not taking a point of view and a stand. Again, you can't just do it if you're a marketer, if you're not surrounded by a company and a CEO and a culture where it's just there, and so you don't have to worry. But to me, the upside benefit of being brave, of taking a point of view, about taking a stand, it creates, you become a forward-thinking brand that's relevant in today's culture. Sitting back and not taking a point of view, you might just be left on the sidelines. We have to be strong.
Yeah, thank you. And what a year 2020 presented, where marketers and CEOs alike and consumers, we had literally, mask, no mask. We all had to make a choice of where we stood. Do Black Lives Matter or do they not? Do Black trans lives matter or do they not? So then that takes us one level deeper, Cheryl. In terms of financial inclusion for the LGBTQ plus community, what does that mean to you and what does that mean to MasterCard?
So, we've long been a supporter of the LGBT community, and we participated in Pride for many years. We had a campaign called Acceptance Matters, where we were looking to educate and enlighten and share how important acceptance matters is for this community. So we had this long-standing focus, but when you dig deep and you talk about how can you make an impact, you really have to do something more, right? So we said, how do we move beyond this? The campaign was great, and people engaged in it, and it took a point of view. So this part was good, but we wanted to have bigger impact. And so for us, what does that mean? You have to talk with the communities that and understand the communities that you're trying to serve. Being inclusive is understanding if there are any pain points, if there are any weaknesses in what we're offering, if there's any biases in what we're doing. And, I just think the one of the greatest examples, and, when we went on this journey, how are we going to start something priceless and have real impact? And you start getting these insights and talking to the community, lo and behold, a huge pain point existed. and it was the name on our card for the transgender community. So, you know, this is where I would say you have to be, it can't just, there's no one single group. Everybody is an individual in that group, and there's different dynamics. And so the fact that we were able to talk to the community and learn that this pain point existed, and it was a major pain point. People feared for their safety. You know, 1/3 of people, we found further data and looked at studies, 1/3 of the transgender community basically said when they had to present an ID that didn't represent what they looked like, that they reported some sort of discrimination or not being able to receive their services or whatever it might be. So people feared for their safety. They were embarrassed. And, you know, it's certainly not a source of pride because that name doesn't exist anymore. And we're forcing it on the community. So we knew we had to do something. So that's what it means to us. It means taking action.
Yeah. You know, I'm definitely going to ask you to unpack True Name and Acceptance Street a little bit more. But, you know, the fascinating thing that's coming up for me as you're talking about that is, I think 2020 was a year that people learned words like how to be an ally or allyship, right?
Right.
So when you look at allyship as a term, you know, so funny. I have friends from these communities that have just been a part of my life forever. And in 2020, people found themselves like, oh, well, let me find a Black friend or let me find a gay friend so that I can understand, as the world was trying to heal, or at least some of us were trying to learn and grow. So allyship from such a prominent and premier brand, you know, you've been with MasterCard for 21 years, right?
Yes.
So how has that allyship journey with the communities been over time? And the reason why that I bring it up is that, listen, I've done my homework. I'm a fan of your brand. I'm a fan of you. To your point, this is not a new journey for MasterCard. Whereas, as we know, during the 50th anniversary of Stonewall, banks out the wazoo for the first time ever changed their logos. And the backlash from that was really immense. It's like, well, where, if you're with us now, then where were you? Where have you been?
Right.
So how has that allyship journey been something that you've been able to lead for such a long time?
Yeah, I think this is really important because I think everybody means well in what they're trying to do, and they want to come out and say we support, but how you support is really scrutinized. And so just showing up for the first time, they have to be really thoughtful. And so it has been a journey. And I know I shared with you one example of this, but, you know, so acceptance matters and getting conversation, #acceptance matters, has been a longstanding effort that we've had. You know, on that journey, we looked at things that were going on in, you know, in culture, in society, what was changing. And, you know, as one example, you know, and I would tell you that we learned that it's not just about Pride, of course, it's about being there year round, not just during one time a year. But as an example, during Pride a few years ago, when you'll remember, and many of you will remember, like we were starting to see states put laws out, right? North Carolina, right? Where you could only, right? The bathroom, you could only use the bathroom based upon what gender you were born into, right? Yeah. And, you know, what we did is during that Pride year, we put up bathrooms around the event, and we created the bathroom for all humans. And it opened, the door opened if you had a pulse, meaning it's okay, right? Whatever gender you are, you know, it's about being human. You should be able to use whatever bathroom makes sense for you. And, you know, so the point is we've consistently taken a stand. When you back up who we are, first of all, we're about experiences matter more than things. What is priceless?
Yeah.
I mean, what is, you know, we are one of the most human-centric brands, and we've always tried to sort of come out with that point of view. Even the, you know, over 23 years ago, we came out with Priceless. And the point was, well, every other brand was focusing on consumption in the financial services business, we said there are some things money can't buy. For everything else is MasterCard. And so we've always taken the side of people. And part of that brand is being inclusive. Everybody deserves to have the respect, the decency, and priceless and love in their lives, right? At the end of the day. And so, that journey is long, is there, but it is hard to just show up for the first time. And so I feel for brands that are trying to just get in now. At the same time, my advice to them would be take a step back and think of the actions you could take that come along with that. That just the logo, it's not enough. It's certainly not enough.
You know what, Cheryl, I feel you speaking with empathy, right? That maybe some of these folks have the right intentions, but they're not just received the right way. You spoke about being brave and having courage, which you and your brand absolutely do. Are there any missteps along the way or hard lessons that you learned? Because I do think it's tough to always do the right thing for every single stakeholder community. So from a place of you being a mentor to brands that are really trying to get in this space and have authentic conversations, are there any stories you're comfortable with of like, hey, we got this one wrong, or we tried to do this the right way, it didn't come out right, but we learned from it and we moved forward? Because honestly, as a Black person, I can tell you, I would rather a brand or a politician just be honest with me and say, listen, I'm not educated, I don't know, but I'm going to work on it. And then from that, I'll open my arms and hug you because you're just being real about it.
I guess what I could say is we haven't had any, giant missteps, but what I could say is we could have. But what we do is, we work closely with GLAAD, by the way. We work closely with the community and associations. We work closely with New York City and the Human Rights Commission when we launched Acceptance Street, which I know we'll talk about.
Yeah.
And so the point is, you have to surround yourself with people. You have to show the work, the work that we just launched with Jennifer Hudson. We did a huge amount of testing. We spent time with our lead BRG, internally. We spent time with our diversity office. I can't tell you how many people we spent time talking because, you have to understand how people will receive the work we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not straightforward. It's not straightforward. And it's, so I would say, I honestly, I don't have a case to tell you, but I will tell you, there could have been if we didn't take these types of steps.
Yeah, that's great. Well, and I think, look, when you're pushing the boundaries, like, kind of the tree analogy, you walk out on the skinny branches, it takes courage, but sometimes it snaps, right?
You have to have the stomach for this, right? The point is, you will get the bad tweet, or you will get somebody who's just doesn't see the same point of view that you have. And you have to be ready for that. You have to, as a company, have the stomach for that. And this is our reality. You've got to go in and say, you've got to know and prepare for that. And you look to mitigate anything you can by being smart, by talking to other people, groups, communities. But at the same time, I tell you, we talk about it all the time, otherwise you're just vanilla as a brand. You're just kind of,
you're not a brand innovator.
You're not a brand innovator. You're not a brand, we want to be a brand that's, ahead of trend and, cutting edge and defining trend. And you can't be that by sitting on the sidelines and not having a point of view.
Yeah, exactly. Well, thank you for that. So two examples of this phenomenal work that you've done. True Name. And I think what's so cool, so I was a fan, back when I was the vice president at Giant Spoon, like I told you, when I built Giant Spoon's first diversity initiative, I used True Name as one of the marquee example of how a brand can take action. So again, congrats on that. And one of the cool things, it's on your website, right? It's not like it's hidden anywhere. Like it's on your website. So can you give us a little bit of the thinking behind the design process? Because I was such a fan when I learned how you went about it. Because inclusive, to me, as brands create inclusive products and services, like there's a difference between a general market product or service that's just created usually for a straight white male versus what you've done, which is create a specific solution for the specific trans audience.
Yeah, and I thought this was interesting. So first of all, and we'll show you a video on it in just a second, but what's interesting is one, getting the insights and starting to understand that this is, an issue and a pain point. One, we said, oh my gosh, we have to solve this. But I think what's interesting is behind it, we said, we have to solve this for our cards. And then we have to think about customer service overall, when we're working with our issuers. Now, remember, MasterCard is not a B2C company. Right. We don't issue those cards directly to consumers. So what we are is, we have to have products and technology and franchise rules and all kinds of things to shape products that ultimately go to our issuers, banks and issuers, and then ultimately to consumers. So we have a big influencer job to do as well, to influence our customers. So, it's just a lesson learned. First of all, there wasn't a technology change that had to really happen on our side. It's more process. So over the years, we've been sort of leading up to being able to do this. We've told merchants they're not required to take a signature at the point of sale. You no longer have to do that. And and the cards don't have to have a signature on the back mag stripe. The name isn't a secure element. That being said, a bank will need a legal name in order to do credit checks and things like that, processes. So there is a need for the name, but it doesn't have to present itself. So a simple process change, like taking preferred name during an acquisition, can enable a bank to do all the things they need to do to ensure that everybody's safety and security is there, but then make sure you're treated the way you want to be treated and the way you want to be. Imagine to get a card and the name on it doesn't represent who you are. I just think it's just not even a source of pride for somebody. Never mind this, on top of that, this god-awful safety issue and concern, right? So, interestingly enough, internally, it was hard at first because everybody resonated with it and loved it, but it didn't fit into a box. Is it a credit product? Is it a debit product? It doesn't fit into like the way the organization is designed. That being said, all it takes is passionate, empowered people that know inclusion matters to the company to drive it forward. And this is what we did. So marketing actually drove this. We grabbed a group of people from product and legal and franchise. And then we spent time with our customers, our banks, to talk to them about it. And they were so excited about it. And essentially we launched the campaign and said coming soon, because we knew it was going to take issuers a little bit. But the point is we wanted to get it out there. We actually created an influencer campaign. And that enabled us to quickly get banks like BMO Harris out there. And now Citibank launched with it as well, and others are coming. So it's really exciting.
Yeah, that's amazing. I know when we were getting to know each other in the past couple of weeks, you told me some secrets that we won't say here today, but let's just say Cheryl pushed it through and got it done. Yeah.
And a small group of people, by the way. There was like 3 of us, and that, had the heart to say, like, we're never going to let this go. We got to get this out there. Yeah. And we were able to do it. And then we found customers that had the same passion and they were with us, which was just a wonderful, wonderful thing. And I don't know if we want to show the commercial because then the story comes into place. If you take an action, you could story tell beautifully. And I think what we did was found a way to, with our agency, McCann, to really tell the story.
Yeah. So while the video is being queued up, I actually want to get that quote, because you said if you take an action, the storytelling is.
The storytelling, then it's fine. So when I say we can't be saying, we've got to be doing. The storytelling here is you've got to be able to capture it in a way that gives other people an understanding of what the other people are going through. Put yourself in their shoes. The transgender community, I work with people, they could be your friends, neighbors, etc. It's you have to show the empathy, I think, is the key point, and show the real people.
I just love that action first. I love that.
Yeah, action first. Then the messaging you could do.
Yeah.
For transgender people, a secure payment doesn't mean protecting yourself from someone buying sneakers with your card. No, if you're transgender, a secure payment means paying for something without being judged, questioned, disrespected, humiliated, harassed, even assaulted, simply because the name on your card doesn't match how you identify. This is about more than just keeping a card safe. It's about keeping us safe. True Name by MasterCard, the first card that allows you to display your chosen name because that's who you truly are.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean. Do you know how many people would see this at our company and cry?
Yeah.
Just because it's enlightening.
Yeah.
You learn something.
So the city of Los Angeles actually now has a hate crime czar that sits in the mayor's office. And as you see society continue to wake up, is the empowerment that you're giving the trans community here could be the difference between, right, a store clerk, as we saw here in this spot, acting in a discriminatory way, and then that same person walking outside and being in fear of their life.
Yeah.
Right. So it's to say it's powerful is an understatement.
I tell you what, BMO Harris, when they rolled this out, and a branch manager wrote us after that, they had a trans couple come into the branch and talk about this issue, and that they really, and the branch manager said to us, they've never felt more human, because they would have never known what to do or how to respond, nor would they had a proper offering for them. But I love that too. I never felt more human, which is just, it's a wonderful thing.
Yeah. So then that leads us into being accepted, right? So when you did Acceptance Street, obviously that went really viral. It was on Good Morning America. It was everywhere. I mean, the cool thing about the term financial inclusion, or just inclusion as a word, everybody wants to feel accepted. Anyone could live on Acceptance Street in America or in your global territory. So what was the thinking behind Acceptance Street?
So, and keep in mind, we were announcing True Name, and then we did Acceptance Street at the same time. It was the 50th anniversary of Stonewall.
Yeah.
And right there on the corner of Gay and Christopher Street, right down the street from the Stonewall Inn, is right the Gay street sign. And lots of people go there for Instagram pictures and things of that sort. And it's a little bit of a landmark. So what we did is, again, when you talk to the community and you get under the feelings people have, is we said it can't just be Gay Street. It has to have every designation on that street sign of the LGBTQIA+ community. And that's what we did. We added every designation to the street sign, and the bottom one was our hashtag Acceptance Matters. And I tell you, Instagram lit up. Everyone from even Kamala Harris took a picture, and others. And so it just lit up on Instagram. And the point I would just tell you is, we all talk about sort of the holy grail of earning media. when you do something really meaningful between True Name and Acceptance Street, we had a 19-to-1 earn to paid ratio. People talked about this for us more than we talked about it. And so we launched it in a way that we knew would be an Instagrammable moment. Again, messaging, but messaging that had action and a point of view, and something really important to say, but we had True Name at the same time, which was our action. So these two work beautifully together.
Yeah. And so speaking of the allyship and the partners that you talked about earlier from GLAAD and others, you worked with the city of New York on that, right?
Absolutely. So no, it's really cool. We got a permit for 2 weeks to put that sign up, working with New York City, and it stayed up through October. So it went up in June, stayed up through October. And then, the hope, actually, we're working with the city. The hope is it just comes back. It was a landmark in Google Maps, the sign, and it just got so much attention. The city, loved it and kept it up there. So it was great.
Yeah. Well, it's just such again, the nexus between marketing, community building, and society. Just changing a street name, like you said, to go all the way to October and have people come back time and time again. To me, it's just a sign that our communities are just thirsty for authenticity and engagement. So how do you see, so obviously we're in 2021, we're still in a global pandemic.
Yep.
Governments are working through that. None of that has changed the disproportionate impact on the LGBTQ plus community. As MasterCard continues to lead this space, how are you seeing that you'll continue to lead the charge? And obviously, I'm not asking for things that you haven't launched to the market yet, but as you continue to lead that conversation through this disproportionate impact that COVID has happened, what do you think the next steps are?
Yeah, I think, this is where everything happening, you have this, it's really like this intersectionality of impacts that's happening. And so I think more and more we have to connect the dots on these things, where communities are disproportionately impacted. And so, a few things, one, we're going to continue to roll out True Name, right? We're just getting started on this one, and it's so exciting. Europe announced it as well. And so we're looking to roll this out at a global level. And, the key is, yes, MasterCard started this. Others should come along now. It's an industry rallying cry to show that we need change. So, I expect that to continue. And I think a continued focus, again, not just at one time a year, is important. And we've learned that on our journey as well. We got more positive response. We did a whole effort on our communications around True Name and those included panels and discussions and education, not just the ad you saw during, Trans Awareness Month in November. And that, it was really positive. So again, I'll just reinforce to marketers to, not just show up one time a year, but think about the impacts, the intersectionality, where we could have, expanded impact across the multiple communities during.
Amazing. Well, thank you for being a leader. I do want to do a time check, and then we can check for questions as well. Shira, is there anything else that you wanted to cover?
I would just say the other thing is, it doesn't. You have to look at this stuff holistically too. So again, some of this empowerment that you heard today starts with the company. So we even have, sort of trans awareness manager, understanding. So, and tips and information and education, so that if you have an employee that's actually going through, change, we actually are given advice and information, and we'll hold these panels internally to share with our employees to create awareness and understanding. So, the point is, it starts with the benefits for your employees, how your employees are treated with respect and decency, how you educate others to treat every employee with respect and decency, and then down to your benefits and your offerings. And so the point is, it has to happen authentically.
Yeah.
It doesn't just happen because of one person. It happens because I said it before. It was so easy in some ways to push for
the decency quotient, right?
Because of the decency quotient and who we are as a company and what we do.
Yeah. I love that. So there's a question that popped up in the chat, and we'll go through some of the comments as well. So obviously you've taken a stand in society and you've been proactive with changing the narrative and shifting the narrative about the trans community specifically. But for the political arena, which in 2020 was really tough for all of us. And I think no matter what side or sides that people stood on, it just wasn't fun and it wasn't pretty, right? For anyone. How have you, or how would you, how have you thought about taking political stances specifically? Because I feel like what you've done with True Name and Acceptance Streets, that's a stake in the ground in society. That's not political. But now that we have elected officials who are taking very hard stands, whether it be guns or other things like that, how have you thought about that as kind of a part one? And then part two, what would you recommend for other marketers to navigate those very tricky waters?
Yeah, these are tricky waters. We did take a stand and we relooked at our, particularly our PAC donation policies and things of that sort. And, so we did relook at all of these things. There has to be, it's an interesting and tough conversation internally, right? To figure out how you take the stands. Like, do we, in order to conduct business, don't we have to do, we have to do business in certain ways and with many people. The reality is there's certain times where you have to factor in what's legal and what's not, and guide by that. And then there's certain times where you have to take a stand, and we did that with our PAC donation policy as well. So it's, again, I think the most important thing is that the discussions happen and they happen openly at a company, and you continue to have that dialogue and discussion and make decisions that way. But, there's guides that you have to have that protect everybody, one, from an individual's feelings or an individual's, beliefs to factor in big decisions. That can't be the case either. So that's a dangerous territory to be on too. So, we work together and have dialogue around, these things all the time. But yes, and we take action when it makes sense, when it absolutely makes sense, like we did with our PAC donations.
Awesome. A couple more questions that popped up. Do you think the rise of a younger and bigger consumer bloc has influenced corporation stances and activism within the LGBTQ plus community?
Well, I guess so in some ways. You think about, there's been a longstanding trend in general that, if I'm understanding the question right, that brands need to, this it used to be like brand reputation and corporate reputation was managed here, and then there's the brand people that do this brand marketing stuff over here. And at the end of the day, it becomes inextricably linked when consumers are voting based upon their values. And when I say voting, whether that's buying, deciding they're going to use a brand or not. And so therefore, the important points, this is something. You can't be authentic as a brand unless you're taking action. So I think we just have seen it overturned. The consumer has said to us, just saying something, just you out there saying isn't enough. What are you doing? And so again, you have to be careful, but not too scared, because there's no matter what you do, somebody's not going to like it, right? There's going to be somebody that doesn't like it. So again, it goes back to who you are, who you stand for as a company and as a brand. and let that be your guide. But yeah, I do think that the consumers have spoken, right? And no more, talk. You have to take action.
Well, and Cheryl, something that I think you brought up there that's great. And by the way, you had another quote I'm going to put on my Cheryl sweatshirt about brands can't be authentic unless you're taking action. Like, hello, but that's real. So I now myself as a global chief diversity expert, what I try to tell people all the time is that there is diversity within diversity. And I'm aware that I just said it twice, right? And what we mean by that is you can't just lump BIPOC together. That's like a couple billion people. And you can't just lump LGBTQ plus in the lump, because the lesbian community is its own and diversity within the lesbian community. Gay community is its own and diverse within that community as well. So I think that's important when we talk about audience and market segmentation within marketing, because this is a marketing conversation at the end of the day. That's so important to recognize that. And I think a lot of stakeholders that want to make that first move that we talked about, their first move is just to assume that one message will be an umbrella for the whole thing. But it just doesn't work that way, right?
It's the most interesting innovation comes from, I guess, a bit of that micro segmentation in some ways, because that's where you find the differences. The big groups, you go into the big groups and you say, I'm going to put 5,000 affluent people and do a survey and understand what all affluent people are like. And underneath there's multiple groups that have differences. And so I know as marketers, we tend to look for commonalities and then we go. But I think in this case, what you're hearing with True Name and exactly what you're saying is you also have to dig deep, because there might be a hidden pain point or opportunity that we've never uncovered. And so, diversity within diversity. I love it.
Question from Andrew. What initial metrics have you seen from True Name as far as customer signups?
So, I could tell you most recently, Citi talked publicly about within a really short time, as soon as they launched True Name, they got immediately like 3,300 requests right out of the gates. And they've had, tons of people go to their site with interest. But so, to create demand immediately like this, where, 3,300 people within the moment of your announcement start coming for cards and to be part of getting a card from Citi, this is wonderful, right? So I would say, but think back. So for me, the metric on brand will be there. The big metric will be when we get the fact that we got these banks to move and actually take action and join us, and that there's others on the way. The more I could get this to scale, then we're like, and I talked about we're rolling this out globally, then I know, but we won't rest until we have full scale.
You know what, Cheryl, kind of a sidebar that's very interesting that's coming up for me. Harvard did, so when I teach my company and others about unconscious bias training, I always bring up Joe versus Jose, which was a Harvard study that's done. Now I'm going to hack the numbers, but 1,000 resumes with the name Jose versus 1,000 resumes with the name Joe. For this vice president role, Joe had like a 90% open rate, whereas Jose had like an 11% open rate. So the discrimination within hiring processes of names on resumes is immense. So I'm thinking about that as an employer and the innovation that you've made. I wonder if True Name, if I'm Black and my name may be a certain way that people don't understand, or my parents are from West Africa, and I may feel more comfortable using Bob because, right. I mean, that's also.
No, those are real. Yeah, those are real. And we've got use cases where True Name, where there's parts of the world where one type of name signifies status versus another. And so I think there's a lot of application here. So not just what we do for card, but in general, when we think about anyone who's customer service oriented and you think about how you're treating your customers. And I think there's a number of different use cases here. I think it's just remembering that, again, go back to that decency, draw on the decency. Everybody deserves respect and decency, and you want people to be proud to hold your products and or your services, and how can you be if it doesn't represent who you are?
Yeah. And Cheryl, you addressed this earlier, but you said you're not going to please all people. But one person wanted to know, from your purview, where did you get the most pushback from a digital campaign or a statement?
From like a social media standpoint, a consumer coming in and
either a campaign or a tweet, or someone saw a campaign and then tweeted something.
Yeah, I mean, it's that's typical, by the way, and so it sort of you become numb to it. But there are less enlightened people, or people that don't have the same views, and and they may say, we're going to drop your card because you're doing this. Well, you have to be ready to say, we're fine with that. And the truth is, that's the reality. This is the right thing to do. We stand for inclusion. And, this is the way of the world, and it's the way it should be. Everybody, again, deserves respect and decency. And that's the stand we take. So if somebody's going to say that, that's the reality. We may lose a card holder, by the way. Mm-hmm. But, I guess I probably shouldn't say this, but is that the kind of card holder we really want then? It's okay, is what I'm saying. It's okay.
Thank you. Cheryl, last question with the few minutes that we have left. And I think this might be one of the most meaningful ones that we spent time today. And thank you so much. This has been fun, as we both knew that it would be. For a lesbian, gay, bi, trans, queer person that is in an early stage in their career, how do they become you one day?
Oh my goodness. I mean, there should be nothing stopping anyone, right? And so I could tell you the same thing I would say to them as I would do if I was just having a career discussion is, you kind of have to take risks, thoughtful risks in your career too, and do different things. I did a few different things at MasterCard, beyond marketing, and get out of your comfort zone. And even in any job you're doing, you have to say, how do I stand out, or how do I make this company stand out? How do I help us really do things that are meaningful? And if you do that, then I think the possibilities are endless, frankly. But you have to I think it's an amazing thing. Nobody should feel that they have to be the same as everybody else, but the work that you do needs to be different and stand out. And if you do that, and if you bring your whole self to work and you're proud doing it, then likely, please, you don't have to just stop at doing what I'm doing. You could be a CEO, you could be whatever you want.
Yeah, there you go. Well, Cheryl, thank you for living the decency quotient. I really appreciate you, my friend. Andrew, it's been amazing. Do you want to take it from here?
Of course. Well, first of all, James, I want to thank you for moderating and bringing so much fantastic insight to this conversation, because I was just telling my Brand Innovators team, this is one of the best conversations I've ever heard about just D&I marketing.
Oh, yay.
So I think you both brought your lived and learned expertise to that. And by the way, I should point out the fact that we're all talking about this particular topic today is extremely timely, because the Equality Act is currently waiting for votes from the House of Representatives, and if passed, would bring monumental protections to our community. So I'm particularly excited about that. It's crazy to think that it's still legal in 27 states, more than half of our country, to refuse employment or housing to someone just for being LGBT or Q. So Cheryl, I think efforts like True Name are helping visualize, particularly the T in the LGBT, that provide those important protections. So I want to thank you both for this fantastic discussion.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, James. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, guys. All right, well, up next, we're going to be introducing another fantastic speaker who, to Cheryl's point, will be able to speak to the importance of bringing your whole self to work, both on camera and off. We have Jay Sethi. He is the Chief Marketing Officer at Diageo Beer and North American leader for Diageo's convenience category. Jay has some great insights to share about the importance of LGBTQ plus representation, as well as highlights from Smirnoff's ongoing partnership with Laverne Cox and much, much more. Joining Jay is our moderator, Dylan Beaumont. Dylan is VP of National Sales at Cargo. So please welcome to the stage, Jay and Dylan.
Thank you so much, Andrew. I would definitely echo your sentiment. James and Cheryl's panel there was amazing, quite large shoes to fill. So yeah, thanks, Andrew, and thanks to Brand Innovators. Thanks for everyone for tuning in. By way of very quick introduction, I'm Dylan Beaumont. I'm one of the U.S. sales leaders at Cargo, and for anyone who doesn't know Cargo, we're a longtime leader in creativity and mobile, and work very closely with a lot of the brands that you'll hear from today. But I'm thrilled to introduce my legendary stage mate, screen mate, Jay Sethi. Jay is Chief Marketing Officer of Diageo Beer and Senior Vice President in North America for Diageo's convenience category, and brings incredible insight on the topic of the day, marketing to the LGBTQ plus community. Welcome, Jay.
Welcome. Thanks for having me, Dylan. Really appreciate it. Shout out to everybody out there. Thanks for the time.
Absolutely. It's an incredible background you have there too.
We try to keep it fun. I mean, Laverne's awesome, so it's easy to do.
That's awesome. Quick icebreaker. The people want to know, I have a two-part icebreaker here. What's your favorite Diageo beverage? I'm sure it's hard, like picking a favorite child, but also, are you familiar with the ritual of the Smirnoff Ice, getting iced?
Yes, of course. So my favorite Diageo product, a tie between, we just launched a spicy tamarindo vodka. I am half Mexican, so for me, this is like a bit of a taste from home. It is absolutely incredible. I put it over just soda water, and it's my favorite new drink. But also because, I grew up in a Mexican culture, tequila, Casamigos or Don Julio is just, my go-to, if you will. Love them both. And then probably I have to say, shout out to my Guinness folks. I have learned to love a Guinness pint, and I hope St. Patrick's Day is coming up. I hope a lot of you get the chance to do that as well. Have I heard of Smirnoff Ice? Of course. I would say from two sides. I mean, one, we love that, this is a brand that we've had for, a couple decades now. And we love that it just continues to be a part of culture. But I will say that, we do want people to be responsible. So, don't overdo it, and, just keep it fun.
That's awesome. I've just added tamarindo to my shopping list. So I guess a good place to start, you have an incredibly inspiring story. I was lucky enough to get a quick preview, but could you give us a bit of your background, sort of your personal journey to where you are now?
Yeah, of course, Dylan. I, in some ways, I consider myself incredibly lucky. I grew up in a great family in the middle of America, just outside Chicago. I'm very multicultural, universe. I guess what we all describe that to be today is how I grew up. My mom was from Mexico City, as I said, Catholic. My dad was from India, from Delhi, and coming from a Hindu background. And, then it was America. So it was really like 3 cultures, 3 languages, 3 types of food. And on the one hand, that made for some difficult things. And on the other hand, man, it exposed me to this, just the richness, I think, of diversity. And I'm so grateful that my parents never made us choose. We grew up doing everything, all the languages, too much of the food. And then, growing up in the Midwest was its own thing. And, it gave me a ton of just, I think, appreciation for people that are different than ourselves. It also made things hard in some ways, because obviously these are some more conservative cultures in some ways, and obviously the Midwest can be that too. And then I went on to work in corporate life at Procter & Gamble. P&G is dear to me. It will always be that. It gave me an incredible leadership foundation. My best friends came from there. I'm, godfather to their children now, and I'm just so grateful for the experience. But when you add up my upbringing and you add up Procter & Gamble, let's just say, I was also struggling with how do I be myself? How do I allow myself to be, the passionate Latino leader that I want to be, while also succeeding in corporate America? I had a fair amount of success, but it was tough. And it was really at the 10-year mark, almost on the dot at P&G, that I left. I quit. And it was really, I knew that from a business perspective, I wanted to learn more. I wanted to work on smaller brands and live in bigger cities. I had been living in Arkansas, then Ohio, and then Baltimore, and many, many wonderful people I met along the way. But I wanted to live in New York. I wanted to live in big cities. And I also, frankly, needed to come out. And it was kind of a disaster, honestly. It was really, really hard because of the background, because I had created, frankly, a hole that seemed just almost impossible to climb out of. And I remember just thinking to myself, like, you're already brown, you can't be gay too. Like, it's too much. Don't ask this much of corporate life. And then, through a lot of soul searching and through a wonderful trip to India, I finally did it. And super dramatic because it's me on New Year's Eve from the beaches of Goa. And I texted it to Talkspace. I couldn't say it then, but I got the process started. And I think I learned, one, I was so wrong. I didn't lose my friends. I think they like me more because I could just be more myself and have fun. Family was tough in some ways, but in most ways they're incredible. And I think I just had created a universe that was going to be harder because of my upbringing, but in reality, people are progressing and America's there, and I'm blessed to have an incredible world around me. And I was wrong about work. I didn't lose my job. Arguably it's gotten better. I think I've gotten better. I often say it gets better because we get better. I approach work in a different way. I don't come to work with so much baggage. And I think, and more importantly, I'm trying to make room for other people now, unapologetically, and be loud about it. And when I add that all up, I look back, I'm really grateful. I'm mad that I took this long, to be honest with you. I got some catching up to do in some ways, but I'm feeling great and fortunate to be in this position and hopefully to make some change happen.
That's incredible background. I'm seeing the movie rights now. I could see, starring Jay Sethi, a documentary about your life. It's just so incredibly inspiring. And to that end, I read an anecdote, or maybe heard you on a panel say that once that happened, you had people sort of reaching out to you, being like, "Hey, I'm you, a year ago or 90 days ago. How, can you help me, make some similar changes in my life?" Is there some validity to that?
Yeah, it's been one of the biggest blessings. It's almost astonishing, like how, there were the people on my teams and others that, just I think through the sheer force of being yourself and creating that space could do that themselves. And then there were other folks, Diageo is a huge global company. And so, someone from Russia, someone from the Middle East who are, it's a different kind of struggle entirely. And, very quietly, as a friend, first and foremost, we walk through some of this stuff together. And, I'm no expert, but I do think some of this is just empathy. And some of this is just being vulnerable and saying it's not easy. It was kind of a disaster for me too. I clearly have learned from so many people, foremost Laverne. One of the things I remember being on set with her on the first time we were working together and just watching her and being like, wow, if she can be her, then I can be me. And we were on stage once and I asked her, what would you say to your younger self? And she said something to the effect of I would tell you that this is incredibly hard, but it's gonna be okay. Fight for it. You're gonna be happy. You're gonna succeed. And those are my own words in my own heart. And so I think, I'm here for anyone that needs that support. I think both formally and informally, and it is a real blessing that people are reaching out.
It's amazing. And you use a couple of words there describing the characteristics of empathy, vulnerability, now shifting over to extending those into some of the brand ethos of the portfolio that you oversee. These causes have been near and dear to Diageo overall for a long time, Smirnoff in particular. Can you tell us about that history? You have some interesting anecdotes around, how Smirnoff has been a leader in sort of that voice for a long time.
Yeah, well, first, I'm going to say something about Diageo because and then I'm going to talk about the brand leadership. On Diageo, I will just say we are obviously in a moment it's an inflection for this country right now. And we all have to choose to just do the right thing and step up. We have great power. We need to use it responsibly. And I can't do my job on Smirnoff or on Guinness and other brands if Diageo isn't doing it. And Diageo, it's a decade of perfect scores on the corporate equality index. I'm incredibly proud that last year our family leave policy changed to become paid 6 months, regardless. It's a family leave policy, regardless of gender or how you have the baby. For the LGBTQ community, that's life changing. That opens up possibilities that you could never have envisioned before, and that makes working for Diageo incredible. And then it extends to obviously workforce representation in front of and behind the camera, and huge commitments on things like policy. We work with the HRC on I heard you on just ending the last conversation on the Equality Act, and pushing this forward. And so I'm super proud to be part of Diageo. Smirnoff specifically, this is a brand that our first LGBT ad goes back to 1968, I believe. So, if they had the courage to do that then we can have the courage to do big things now. And that includes, all year representation. Laverne is not just our ambassador during Pride. She is our ambassador all the time. And you know what? She's great at it because she's a phenomenal actress. And she's at the intersection of the conversations of race, gender, identity, and is been a partner not just in the making of advertising, but in how to do things well. I remember last year during the throes of the social justice issues we were all facing, we just were talking, what should we do? And she was very clear. She's like, I'm glad, let's keep pushing at the national level, but I also need you to help the folks that need it most. And so through that came a partnership with the Transgender Law Center, just as one example. But, I think more than anything, it's about choosing to be on the side of this community all year. I think we know, all of us, that this is a community that has enormous economic and cultural power. I think we all know it's the right thing to do. And then I think it's just doing it now. All year representation, giving where you can, being on the side of policy, so we actually advance the interests of everyone. And then I think doing it well, not just always in a rainbow ad, but, with Laverne, we just always ask her, well, what's your, she always says, I just love that I'm just living out my fantasy. So she'll say, I want to, in this ad, it was for Red, White, and Berry, shout out, we love this product, hope you try it. She had this vision of an old diner and being able to sort of, mix that up. And so, okay, we made Laverne's Diner, and she actually took the sign home with her. And I think that's a sort of partnership I think that we want to have on this brand, and matching it with real commitments. That's Smirnoff. And then there's other brands, Guinness, a different kind of brand entirely. What I'm proud of on Guinness is sometimes the choices we choose not to make. And so, St. Patrick's Day is enormous for us, but last year we didn't participate in the New York St. Patrick's Day parade because they were excluding LGBTQ floats. And, at some point your principle just has to matter. And so I think those sorts of choices really, really do make a difference.
That brings up an interesting theme that I think has been recurring throughout these sessions today, which is, aligning what you're saying and what you're doing. And it sounds like, you're putting your money where your mouth is. That St. Patrick's Day excerpt is the perfect example of that. And you brought up, the HRC score. Congratulations, 2021, another, perfect score for Diageo. That's, for anyone that doesn't know, a benchmarking report on corporate policy around workplace equality. And so there's this notion of, driving these things forward in front of the camera, but then there's also the notion of behind the camera. What's the secret to delivering these perfect scores? I mean, and how do you make sure that that extends from, upper leadership down all the way through to folks who are activating campaigns or production assistants that are on set? There's clearly a culture here. Is there a secret to that?
I mean, I think the secret is first in having a very clear purpose as a company that has not just a statement attached to it, but the actions attached to it, like diversity goals and KPIs guys treat it like a business. We're good at that. We're good when we measure things, and it creates accountability. And I think the other part of it is hire. You know, by hiring diverse folks, including myself, we are going to make it happen. I hate the conversation when folks say they can't find folks. It's nonsense. There's so many incredibly talented people from different communities. It's a choice. You know, you have to choose to find them, and then you have to choose to empower them. I'm really proud that even on Smirnoff, you know, we have a 50% hiring policy or goal on diversity across, in front of and behind the camera, you know, which to your point then means that it's empowerment, not just of our own teams, but it's also our agencies, the production, the directors. That has a cascading impact, the domino effect that I think is most powerful. It creates the most amount of sustainable change. You know, so many folks with communities will tell you, you know, don't just make a good statement. Don't even just donate money. And hire us, empower us. We're good at what we do. And I think more than anything, that's what I believe in.
Modern marketers rely heavily on technology. We're talking about very human things today. Does technology play a part?
Sure. I think technology is in some ways, technology and data, I think, are democratizing forces. What I love about them is if you look at what's happening right now, data, because for example, in the workplace, you know, it used to be, I think, the reality that, frankly, if you were the most senior person in the room, it was your vote that, you know, mattered, and everybody, you know, whatever. But now, like, if you've got a data point, if you have knowledge and fact on your side, you win the day. And I think that is empowering and equalizing. And I think technology, if I think about, you know, digital media, TikTok, just take TikTok. They're not waiting around for brands anymore. They're not waiting around for these bigger forces to say, you know, you matter. People are just making themselves matter. I think that's incredible. And you know, there's a lot of challenges that come with it. We've all seen that in the last year, but I think the net of it is really, really good. And I'm millennial too, so I love technology. I'm leaning in, and I think I'm leaning in because it's better marketing, and it's also equalizing. I really believe that.
So before we move on from sort of Diageo workplace and culture, I know that there was a personal story and a guest that you wanted to include. Is that still something we want to throw down here? Is Natalie available?
Hell yeah. Natalie, if you're out there. So Natalie, I'll introduce her while she comes on board here. Natalie is a dear friend, but Natalie is also you know, an innovation leader for us on Smirnoff and some of our other brands. And I know you were curious about how do we think about innovation in this context. So I thought just hear directly from Natalie.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. Really appreciate you having me here. So, I mean, we talked a lot about authenticity in the upfront, right? And when I think about my process, so I'm part of the community very proudly. But when I think about my process, I think about, I didn't really know how to talk to other women. I'm a proud lesbian, but I didn't know how to talk to other women. I didn't really know how to talk to anyone in the community. And what really bonded me to that was over drinks and having a trusted brand and having something that I knew, like I could talk to something, you know, with another person. And that is something that I think needs to be at our core is you need to be a brand that is trusted. So innovation can be born out of any concept, but if you're not trusted and you're not authentic, then innovation just could fall flat. So these big brands, you know, they're amazing. And I love working for one. And Jay, you know, it's been such a journey and I'm so proud of where we've come with this. But we need to become listeners. And once you listen authentically, you actually become a responder. And once you're an authentic responder, that's where you see the success. I think that's what differentiates us. So I would say the big takeaway for me is I've started to become that, and I've started to build that into our innovation strategy. And I'm very happy with where we're going. I think there's big things ahead.
That's awesome. Thank you for that, Natalie. Feel free to hang out. Would love you to weigh in on some of these questions. And I think it's an incredible example of, you know, Jay has the stage here and he uses it as an opportunity to elevate a voice around him with an interesting perspective. And so, you know, again, rubber to the road. Natalie, you mentioned—
Natalie, by the way, is a boss, and I'm happy to know this. half terrified of her. But in the
Okay,
best,
right back at you.
in the best possible way, because you know what, it's like, it is in the richness of the conversations. It's in the debate. You know, it's
right.
and I think that's what makes this a wonderful relationship and what makes her a great leader.
Awesome. So Natalie, you mentioned authenticity a few times. There's an interesting stat. The Gay Times reported that while 64% of adults think it's positive for the LGBTQ plus community to be visible in ads, a considerable 72% of that community thinks the way that they are presented in advertising can be tokenistic. You know, how does Diageo maintain authenticity? How do you avoid tokenism or signaling that are so easily like sniffed out these days? You know, are there methods in which you're communicating with the community directly, getting feedback of ideas ahead of production? You know, how do you achieve authenticity and avoid, you know, saying the wrong thing?
Right. I mean, I think we need to be very clear that there is a level of vulnerability that comes with the brand, right? If you're putting yourself out there, the authenticity and the vulnerability go hand in hand. So you do need to throw yourself out there and put things out there, and it does become a risk. But what we do is we really try to ground that and root that in things that, you know, we talk about research testing and everything, but once you put people on board on the brand team and on the innovation team that actually part of the community and actually listen to the community, that becomes very, very true. So I believe actually having a diverse team is really what is going to propel you into being successful, right? Like that is the differentiation at the end of the day.
I mean, I think it's, don't do it. Like, just don't do tokenism. Like,
yeah. Just
you know,
like, don't rainbow wash if you know what I mean?
Hire a diverse team, as Natalie said, hire diverse agencies, ask people like your partners, like Laverne, like she'll just say no, to be honest with you. And do it all year. You know, I mean, I'm most proud of the work. I love some of the work we've done for Pride. I think it's well rooted. Last year during World Pride, our campaign was called Welcome Home. It was actually for all the folks arriving from different countries, for which New York is like a safe space, a very different universe. And so we, you know, using with Laverne, we put all this up around the airports and stuff so that we could welcome them on their way in. But I'm most part of the work that we've done with Laverne that's not around Pride. And I think that's the bigger play here. Just don't do it, y'all. Stop.
Yeah, you know, Jay, you said something that really resonated with me was, and I'm sure most of the folks listening, is that it's about a year round, right? So I think the tokenism comes when you're activating, you know, maybe only during Pride. And as Jay said, some of our most proud moments are actually outside of Pride and becoming a year round, really trusted, diverse brand that is authentically listening and responding.
So we're talking about Pride. The world has gone virtual. What is the plan? Is there going to be a virtual Pride? Can you share anything around, you know, how Diageo is thinking about Pride this year, even though it doesn't look like we'll be gathering in parades in the streets of New York?
Well, I mean, one of the things we've learned over the last year is don't bet, because we've been way more wrong than we've been right. So what we do now is we plan to go. You know, we know that there's you know, almost no chance that there's going to be extensive parades and celebrations of the past, and that's just the responsible thing to do. But we also know that this is a community that has disproportionately been affected by COVID and the pandemic and social justice issues. If you put those at the nexus, the LGBT community sits at the center of it, which means that we have a responsibility to help. So I think first and foremost, it's like this year's Pride needs to be about doing something that helps the community, because it's been a tough year. And then I think second, this is a community that still likes to celebrate in small ways, in whatever ways it's responsible. Let's not kid ourselves. We're fun, and that's awesome. And so how do we make it easy and in a good way help folks to celebrate, whether it's at home, you know, in their bubbles, or, you know, in some parts of the country, it's a little bit more safe to do so. But I think, you know, first and foremost, act and help. And then second, I think, help people to celebrate in some way. You know, if there's anything I'd say as a third thing, I mentioned this at the beginning, is we also want to remind and be careful, like people, it's been a tough year. We don't want people to overconsume either. So please be responsible out there. We dedicate 30% of all our television media to responsible messaging, which is an important commitment that Diageo has made. And I think it's even more important now.
30% of total budget, that's likely not insignificant. So yeah, you brought up an interesting point, which is, impact of COVID, not only on small businesses, but on, everyone, and the disproportionate impact that that's had on this community. I know that Diageo is doing some incredible things to support, bars and restaurants. Can you share more about that program?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Diageo, as I said, has stepped up, in the long term. And right now we're doing commitments on top that are just, in light of the reality that we're all facing together and the fact that we are a business that can help. So I think, first and foremost, we established a $20 million community fund that is empowering and helping businesses to recover, specifically minority-owned multicultural businesses, especially in the Black community. We just announced, I'm super proud that we just announced a $10 million commitment to HBCUs. And this is to fund financial aid grants. I think this is something that is generational in its impact potentially, and that's really, really awesome to see. And I would just say, it keeps going. I mean, that's the great thing. There's the Diageo corporate layer, and then there's the brands, as I mentioned, some of the things that we're doing. And when you add it all up, I really hope we're on the right side of this. And I'm really grateful that I think we are.
Wow, rubber hitting the road. Another great example of it. So let's talk about sort of the business of marketing to the community. It's obviously the right thing to do. What is the payoff if you get it right in terms of, sales potential, growth potential, acceleration of the actual business itself? Again, beyond being the right thing to do, what is the opportunity if you get it right?
I think it's pretty significant on an economic basis. I think we all know, everyone, I'm sure, through the various different panels you've heard this. I won't regurgitate too much, but this is a community that's growing. This is a community that economically spends more overall. And when you add those two things together, there's obviously a financial benefit to serving the community in the right way. I would also say that that's business, and there's culture. This is a community that has immense cultural impact. Like, you can't look around America and not see right now how many incredible LGBTQ influencers, celebrities, ambassadors overall are changing America. And I think you see in there the multiple effect. Mainstream consumers are also, they're telling us that they're more willing to support brands and businesses that support this community. So you're doing it because the community itself has economic power. You're doing it because they have cultural power. You're doing it because the mainstream audience also wants you to do it. But again, going back to the first thing, you're just doing it because it's the right thing to do. So when you add that all together, the business case, I think, is clear. It's more than clear. I think the thing is that doing it well. I don't know, Natalie, would you add anything else?
No, I mean, it's spot on. When talking about being successful, right? I mean, and growth potential. I hate to continue to go back to it, but the options are endless when you actually are trusted and authentic. I hate to do it, but that's at the core. So yeah, I mean that again, I think you just need to be a very trusted brand, and the options are endless. The future's endless, really.
Totally. So talking about sort of the business side, another obvious impact of a global pandemic, a lot less happening on premise. Bars and restaurants are closed. That's where a lot of people drink a lot of the Diageo products and enjoy the Diageo products. Has that affected your sort of communication strategy? Obviously you're diversifying the portfolio of drinks. We're seeing more, diverse options like Tamarindo, like you mentioned, or even things like sugar-free or using natural botanicals, et cetera. How is the beverage category changing in light of no one's going to bars and more people enjoying from home?
I mean, a couple different ways. I mean, first of all, there's no question it's fundamentally different than it was a year ago. Our on-premise businesses have been challenged in a way that is really, really tough to see. There's no question about that, right? And by the way, that's especially true for LGBTQ bars. So just another reason why we have to bring back that support. But on the other hand, we are seeing that people are enjoying beverages more in their home. And so, one of the differences, obviously from a marketing plan standpoint, we are focused more now on, the at-home environment and helping people understand how they can both, enjoy a beverage, whether they're on their own or with their family, or when it's safe, with their friends. And I think, that has shifted, obviously, our messages. It's shifted our media in a pretty significant way. Actually, the brand, the product behind me, Red, White, and Berry, we had shot the campaign, I don't know, like 2 weeks before I think COVID hit. And it was literally shot to be outdoor environment with all your friends in a party. And then none of it was like, you couldn't use it. Was it responsible? And so what I love is seeing the flexibility and agility of teams right now. We shifted the entire campaign in 2 weeks to be like, don't do this, don't do that, don't do this, drink at home. And it worked. And I think that's one of the best things that have come from the last year is the creative agility of all of our teams. We are better creatively than we all thought possible. And that extends to media and just about every way that we think about going to market. The other way it's changed, and this is the other part of my job now, is that we're seeing more and more consumers wanting their beverages in convenient formats. So think about the can or sometimes the bottle, but it's in small size formats. And this isn't going to change. We're seeing that that was already growing because people wanted just convenient formats. Suddenly there's a safety factor to it as well. Like you're holding your own can, you can enjoy it right there. You can't go to the bar and have an incredible mixologist do it for you. Sometimes you can try it at home, but you want it, pre-made and all that. And then to your point, you can offer ranges. We have a zero sugar line that that gives you the chance to enjoy something, but without the sugar, that you might not want. And so I think we're seeing a massive impact from the business that we do, obviously in the bars, and have been challenged more at home, but also in the types of formats. And that is innovation. That leads to then how do we then think about that differently and bring different types of benefits. So I don't know, Nat, if you want to talk about one of our pink lemonade or something hot.
Yeah, I know. That's I was excited to jump in on this conversation. This is my bread and butter, talking about formats and really, again, listening to what people want, right? We have a very exciting new launch in pink lemonade. We're extending it. We have ice and seltzer, and we have a broad range of things. So as Jay mentioned, offering that up is huge because people now are realizing that they want all different types of drinks and they want it in, again, convenient formats. So offering cans, offering bottles, offering disruptive formats, which is something that is on our radar. And I actually think that's a huge growth potential for us. And that's something that it can also catapult a brand, but something that we are listening to is consumers do want ease. They do want flavor. They do want fun, which is everything that we stand for at Diageo. But that
and they want it now. Sorry, and they want it in e-commerce, right? And they want it with
they exactly. And I think when you combine e-commerce and you combine the different channels that we have, there is a new wave coming in disruptive formats, and a little teaser that we are looking into that. And I think it's a great thing for us. So the more the merrier for us in terms
of it here first.
Innovation.
Disruptive formats coming. I'm picturing like the helmet with the 2 beer cans on either side and the tube, hands-free.
Just only for you though. It's a personal launch for you.
You'll need an extra large. I've got quite a melon.
So we got a question from Andrew. Is that right? Now that we've all become more experienced with mixologists at home, how do you think that will impact the on-premise experience? I mean, in a really positive way. First of all, I think everyone, myself included, Natalie included, we are excited and ready to be able to go back when it's safe into a bar and to enjoy a drink with our friends. And so we think this absence of that, one, has taught us to be better at home, and that's a good thing. We've all figured out we can do some more things for ourselves. But on the other hand, I think it's also raised the profile of mixologists and bartenders, and damn, they're experts. There was an ad just last week that Ryan Reynolds, Diddy, and Beckham did together. And these are 3 of our ambassadors, and it was an ad basically them pretending to create a drink, and in the end, them saying, "Oh my God, it's terrible," because we need mixologists. And I really hope that coming out of this, one, we'll all be able to go back into bars and enjoy it, but also that we'll have more of an appreciation for the art and for the real talent that exists out there, and that, please say it to them. Say thank you.
Totally. I cannot wait to be screaming in a loud bar, open up a tab, forget to close it, the whole deal.
Oh
We missed the ritual.
Literally, I'm like, I can't wait to spend. It's so exciting.
Exactly. Okay, we've got 3 minutes left. I guess last question for me, for a marketer in the audience that is like, I'm sold, I want to affect change in this direction in my organization. Do you have some, a closing thought for them? How do you get started as a marketer, shifting the culture within your own organization, or shifting, again, in front of and behind the camera for themselves and their own companies?
Sure. Nat, why don't you take it for a minute and I'll close.
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, I've been given the gift of moving from, the supply side of the business, and I never thought that marketing or innovation was an option for me. I'll be very honest and vulnerable in saying that. Like, I never thought that I would be able to be in this role. So I would say go after what you want, right? And once you, I think there's a moment where you fall in love with what you're doing. And I found that with marketing and innovation. And again, like you really have to just believe in yourself and believe in the process and believe in the brand and believe in the business. And I did do that. And again, I think just my own personal journey from coming from a supply side of things, working on a production line pretty much all the way to where I am now, it just goes to show when you believe in people and you also believe in yourself, it does big things.
So as Nat said, number one, believe in yourself and fight for what you want wholeheartedly, unapologetically. I think what I would say to the leaders out there is, when you're in that position, lead with the head, but lead with the heart. There's always a business case, but there's also a moment right now that we have to be on the right side of, I think, what will become history. And I think what we owe to our common, community and to our common citizens. And the right thing to do. Let's all just join forces and to do it. So thank you for the opportunity to talk today, guys.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, Natalie. Thanks for the time, and thanks for doing what you do to advance such an incredibly important imperative. Diageo is leading the way, and very excited to see where we go from here. Andrew, back to you.
Thank you, Dylan. And as you said, we started with a very high bar with our first session with MasterCard. And I want to thank you, Jay, and our special guest, Natalie, for keeping the bar extremely high for everything from, intersectionality with LGBTQ to, of course, as Jay and Natalie just shared, their own coming out journeys. Because yes, the importance of bringing your whole self to work is only going to make the work better and your careers better, as we've learned. So Jay and Natalie, thank you both so much for sharing your time and insights with us today.
Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. All right, so we're going to keep it moving. We still have a jam-packed afternoon of fantastic sessions. And up next is Emily Finn. Emily is the brand strategist for Best Buy Cultural Marketing. She's going to be joined by our moderator, Erin Royal. She is the senior partnerships lead for Verizon Media. So please welcome to our stage, Emily and Erin. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Emily, how are you? You have a very floral setting behind you. I like it, including in your wardrobe.
Yeah, this is just my personality at this point. A lot of quarantine plans.
I like it. Erin, I'll hand it over to you. Thanks so much for joining us.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. And good afternoon, everyone. And welcome to the Brand Innovators Live All-Around Marketing to the LGBTQ community. And no matter the industry, representation in your messaging, it matters. As marketers, it is imperative that we lead with inclusive messaging in our campaigns to ensure that our consumers are seen, heard, and more importantly, valued. Here at Verizon Media, diversity, equity, and inclusion are at the core of what we represent. We're focused on providing creative solutions for our partners. So I'm really excited to introduce someone who is doing a lot of great work within the industry, Emily Finn, brand strategist and cultural marketing at Best Buy. Being the cultural marketing brand strategist at Best Buy, Emily oversees strategy for building campaigns around cultural moments like Pride Month, Black History Month, which we're ending shortly, and other evergreen multicultural marketing. She has been a Pride ERG leader at Best Buy for the past 2 years and works to focus on marketing to increase to and representation of the LGBTQIA plus community in the industry. Welcome, Emily.
Thanks, Aaron.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. I'm happy it's Thursday. Definitely had to check that day a couple times, but here we are, almost at the end of the week. How are you?
I am doing excellent. I actually like to call it Friday Eve because it sounds better than Thursday.
I do like that. I will run with that from now on. Thank you.
Awesome. And so let's go ahead and jump right on in. So Emily, we're still in this pandemic. I mean, it's going strong. It doesn't seem to be letting up on any of us. So being still in the pandemic, how has that forced you to shift your strategies to cut through the noise and to keep consumers' attention? Can you talk a little bit about how Best Buy has had to pivot?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's a tough question just because so much has happened over the past year. Obviously, Best Buy as a whole has had to shift the operating model to curbside pickup, less store interaction, et cetera. On my end, in brand marketing, and especially with like the cultural focus, is we're trying to create deeper connections with the consumers. We know that speaking to someone's humanity is necessary now. Sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought. I have 1,000 notes up. Yeah, I mean, it's just a little bit more difficult. Like, how do we differentiate ourselves from Target, where you can stop and get toilet paper and bubbly water and like that random tech thing you need? Like, why do you want to come to Best Buy? And I think Best Buy's values really shine through in a lot of our marketing. Like, we're still building that clout there, but I think that's come through a lot in the past year.
That's awesome. And you're right. It's really hard to, try to differentiate yourself from all of the like larger guys who have more than just technology. But can you talk about how you guys, without giving away, any of your secret sauce, how are you trying to measure that success in order to, shift that marketing strategy now that we're all kind of at home and doing that curbside pickup or having it shipped to our house?
Yeah, and I wish I had a better answer for you just because I'm not as tied to category marketing. I mean, on my end, like it's a lot of message testing, seeing what actually resonates with our consumers. Yeah, I guess it's sort of difficult. Like we can look at market share and everything, but at the end of the day, just because like my role is a little bit newer at Best Buy, like we don't actually know how everyone's feeling about us right now. I mean, things with COVID are a little wild. So just like looking at social media comments, you would think that people aren't super happy. But then if you look at like orders coming in, it seems like things are going well for us. So.
Well, I know that you guys are one of my go-tos, so I'm definitely hoping to add to that market share for you guys. But kind of to your point of this being like a newer role for you and for the company, how then are you guys like thinking about staying innovative with that marketing, or kind of being the new kid on the block? Is it kind of no harm, no foul?
Yeah, I mean, if only. Like we know that consumers want to see brands like walking the walk if they're in this space, right? Like we are past the days of being able to throw rainbows on products and being like, oh, it's a pride campaign. Like there are equity issues, like a rainbow skin product is not queer liberation. I think we're all aware of that at this point. So yeah, how do we be authentic within that messaging? How do we speak to like subgroups of people and communities authentically? And that really goes down to listening to people. Yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of asking questions and not speaking for people. Just like, I don't know, trying to accurately portray an identity in marketing is a little bit difficult sometimes, but I think we're doing an okay job right now. So happy about that.
That's awesome. Yeah, and I think it's super important that you kind of give everybody their own platform to kind of say who they are, what they gravitate towards, and to your point, not speaking, for the masses. As far as like, you being the brand strategist for a major tech company like Best Buy, how does then cultural marketing play into that role?
Yeah, okay, so that's a tough question. And it's a little bit difficult to answer because I mean, I've been at Best Buy for 4 years. I've been on the brand team the entire time. I've been in my current role for 1.5 years. I think, again, time is not making sense to me anymore, but Yeah, there's this balance of like, what is my personal relationship to this work, and what's best for the business? Because I mean, we all have differing views in our corporations and everything, and I'm not going to structure a pride campaign just solely based around my queer identity. Like, I can't speak for everyone else. I can't speak for gay men. I can't speak for lesbians. I identify as queer. Like, I'm white. I exist in this position of privilege. So how do we structure everything to resonate with a full audience of queer people, but then also allies, because we know that allies need to resonate with this work too. So I know that's not the best answer ever. It's just like, it can be really difficult to make sure that everyone's being spoken for and spoken to.
Do you feel though, that, kind of you being, identifying as queer and having at least some type of commonality with the audience that you're trying to market to, what do you feel that you bring a little bit more to the table in that regard?
Yeah, I mean, I do just have that like working knowledge of our community, so I can go in a little bit easier. So it's a little bit less reliant on research and testing and everything. Like, I can say like, oh, we will now be using the Philadelphia flag because it's the most important thing right now to speak to our Black and Brown community members. Whereas, I feel like the Philadelphia flag has gained a lot more traction within the past 5 years or something. But I mean, if you look at Pride 15 years ago, it's just the Gilbert Baker rainbow and everything. So I mean, it's little things like that that I just see as like, okay, this is just what we're doing, but it is a shift for the business, and like does require some explanation. So it does make it a little bit easier.
That's good. That's awesome. And then can you kind of tell us how Best Buy has been an equity champion for the community?
I can, yes. So I love Best Buy. It's purely because okay, Best Buy is great, but the thing that really made me fall in love with Best Buy was joining the Pride ERG, at first as a member and then as a leader. I came in as one of I think at the time, on the leadership team, I was the only queer woman. So I was very happy to bring my perspective and voice to that. But everything I've seen the Pride ERG do has been fantastic. I mean, we do things like Lunch and Learn, so we cover topics like gender and inclusivity and like whatever else it may be. But we also do things like we have drag bingo on campus once a year. 2020 we did it virtually, but that was so much fun. Our senior leadership is so engaged in the ERG. They're so supportive. We flew the Philadelphia flag on campus last year, which I think, again, it's just one of those minor things, but it does make you feel like your company sees and supports you, which is such a big thing, just creating that culture and running with it. But I mean, Best Buy also has comprehensive transgender healthcare. We offer benefits for domestic partners, and that's not, I think it's under 60% of all Fortune 500s do that or something. So it's great to be able to be that person who's taking credit for the good work Best Buy's done in this space, in marketing. So
that's awesome. So being that you were part of the Pride ERG and then becoming, one of the leaders of it, what made you want to make that transition into being more of that organizational person instead of just being a participant?
Yeah, so I took over the marketplace, the marketplace pillar role, whatever, for a good friend of mine who his term was ending. And I saw all the good work he did because he executed the first Pride campaign at Best Buy. And the first Pride campaign, I think it was a social post and an email or something. But in my brand marketing role, I wanted to see how I could leverage my day job to run with that work. And I mean, everyone I'd spoken to on the leadership team just seemed fantastic. And frankly, I wanted more face time with them. So it was a little self-serving.
No, that's great. And then, doing things like the drag bingo, which I mean, I think I need to get in on this drag bingo. That sounds amazing. How have you seen your non-LGBTQ, employees and communities be participants and support? Have you seen more people in the last, since you've been doing the role, have you seen more participation outside of just the community set that might quote unquote be the target?
Yeah, I absolutely have it. I mean, just even internally, seeing the amount of people walking around with our Pride campaign shirts on, the amount of people attending events, and in the virtual space too, our just because the ERG has expanded to the field now, so we can support retail workers. Just watching that Teams participant link number, I don't know why I said link, anyway, number go up and up and up. And it's so nice to see because statistically speaking, only like a small percentage of those people are queer. And I don't know, it's just great to see how many people get down with the ERG and want to participate and have conversations with us. I've definitely had more conversations about my identity with like random colleagues over the past year than I ever thought I would. They've all been meaningful and enlightening, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's been the beautiful part about kind of like the circumstances we've been in like the last year, is that, you know, you don't have kind of like that face-to-face time with people anymore. And so you find ways to be way more engaging, you know, virtually or as possible. And so I found that I've, you know, had a little bit more deeper connections and conversations than when we used to just be in passing with somebody. So that's awesome.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's like making space and time for that conversation is so much more meaningful now. And like the fact that we're all just sitting at home, like, yes, I have 5 minutes to send you like 17 really quick Teams messages about like why this is important to me. And it's just a fun space to be in, honestly.
It is. I enjoy it over on the Verizon Media side as well. It's been fun. So let's talk a little bit about kind of how you make these things come to life. So, you know, how do you use like inclusionary messaging for themes, months in order to broadcast out to the larger audience?
Yes. Okay. Just because we have the full scope of cultural moments under us, so me and my team, we support major moments like Black History Month, Women's History, Pride Month, Asian American Pacific Islander, Latinx. I think I'm forgetting one, I probably am. But yeah, I mean, inclusive messaging across the board. So I mean, it's things that are community specific, like ensuring that we're using LGBTQIA+ instead of LGBT, or using a personal identifier like gay or lesbian, because again, that's not going to resonate with everyone. And I mean, we use Latinx in our marketing instead of Latino or Latina, because again, we're speaking to a broader group. But then there's everyday things like saying parent instead of mother or father, or spouse or partner instead of husband or wife. Those are the little things that, I mean, I personally really appreciate in our marketing, but we also know that using the term husband isn't going to resonate with a lot of people. And so that's what we do on our side. And it seems to be working pretty well for us. Again, like, we're new, so we'll see how this actually shakes out for us. But yeah, just inclusive messaging and language across the board. So again, gender neutral language, so defaulting to they, them instead of she, him, whatever. Yeah.
That's awesome. So more like gifts for parents instead of gifts for mom, or things of that nature.
Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, as much as we all want to see a gift for mom with a bunch of like Dyson or something in it, that's just not where we're at as a society anymore. And like, I can assure you that men also buy Dyson products. So.
Yeah, it's my brother-in-law, he kind of stayed home and watched the kids, and I used to call him Mr. Mom. So I think that's hilarious that, you know, that it's something that, you know, we really didn't think about, you know, I think as seriously as it's being taken today. And so it's great to see that, you know, there's thought process being put into the little things about the messaging and the marketing.
Yeah, and I mean, it's also just like those simple like photo shoot things. Like, we don't always need to show a femme presenting person in a caretaker role for a child. Like, let's just try to flip things as much as we possibly can. One, because representation is important. It's also important to normalize non-traditional families, I guess, and especially with COVID, everyone's at home, so that dynamic has shifted drastically over the past year as well.
Yeah. Do you guys ever think about like color schemes in that regard, like pink, blue, and you know, kind of getting away from like those traditional colors and how they play into gender roles?
Yes, we definitely do. I mean, we're pretty tied to what our brand is, so there's not a lot of working room there, which I'm fine with. Like, I think, like, I really like that consistency in our marketing. But definitely something to think a little bit more about. But I mean, on like gifting lists, yes, we think of that. So like, we're not going to throw a bunch of pink in something just because we don't like how the messaging skews that way, I guess.
That's awesome. Very cool. So I want to dive a little bit deeper, because you kind of touched on this already. And I think especially right now, you know, there might be people in the audience that have never had to come across this or even kind of think about this. And it's about pronouns, self-identity, and representation. Can you talk about the importance of not only respect and recognition in the community, but then, of course, in the corporate world?
Yeah. Do we have like 7 hours to talk about this? because all of these things are so important. I mean, everyone deserves to be recognized and celebrated for who they are at work, and in the marketplace. So, I mean, I guess like I'll speak to just like in corporate culture first. Something I've really appreciated is just how we've normalized the usage of pronouns in our email signatures when we're introducing ourselves before meetings. I actually had someone reach out to me last week saying, oh, I didn't know that you use she, they pronouns. I thought it was she, her. And I just really appreciate someone, first of all, acknowledging that with me, because I don't think that's a conversation we would have had 3 years ago. I think that could have been looked at like, oh, like that's a personal thing. We don't need to have a discussion about it. But at the end of the day, we know that normalizing pronoun usage makes it easier for everyone. It starts conversations. It takes a lot of the weight off of our non-binary and transgender employees to self-ID, because not everyone wants to for a variety of reasons, right? So that's one part of your question. Can you remind me what the other parts were? I honestly can go on a tangent about this for so long.
No, I love this. And I think that this is something that, you know, should be gone on a tangent about, because it's so important for people to feel like they are seen. And so, you know, besides just like in corporate America, you know, also translating that into the actual community as well of, you know, being, you know, pronoun conscious, or, you know, maybe even a situation of, how do you think, you know, someone can have that conversation, or, you know, kind of even think about, you know, is this okay for me to ask, or how to introduce that topic into a conversation?
Yeah, and that one's so tough because it depends on the
person.
like if a personal relationship already exists. I can, like, speaking for myself as a Pride leader, I've essentially opened myself up to like people can ask me whatever. There are some questions that are a little bit draining sometimes. So if someone I don't know just emails me or messages me, or just like literally anyone, just like, hey, what's queer? Just like, I feel like that's something you can Google, right? But at the end of the day, I actually don't mind answering that question. I spoke with one of a member of our senior leadership who just like directly asked me, like, Emily, can you explain what queer means? Just like, yes, I can, because it does differ for everyone. But again, like I have a relationship with this person and it was approached so cautiously, like as a friend. I really appreciated that. So just to close all of that out, I think asking questions is always a good idea. You just need to ask them respectfully and then listen to what someone has to say. Like, it's just communication 101, but I think it gets scary when someone's identity is involved, like marginalized identities across the board. It's just nuance. Like, it's difficult to start a conversation when you don't understand someone, but I always do recommend just Googling it first, honestly. Like, if you need a refresher on terminology or just how to ask someone about their identity, it can't hurt to Google it.
Yeah, and I think also it's really important to put your preconceived notions or your unconscious biases to the side. And to your point, like if you don't know, maybe like we live in such a world of, you know, profound information is at our fingertips. It's a good starting point to say, okay, this is the definition of X, Y, and Z. And then you at least come to the conversation a little bit smarter than, you know, just blurting out something that could come off the wrong way.
Totally.
So yeah, and have you seen kind of in situations of you being kind of, you know, the Pride ARG in being such an open book, that then translating to other people feeling vulnerable in order to open up and, you know, be a little bit more of their true selves?
Yes, I absolutely have. The amount of conversations we have internally that, like, I mean, I've seen people cry at work, I've cried at work. And that, again, is not a space I thought it would exist in. I mean, in corporate America, for better or for worse, we've sort of been taught to not have feelings at work. Like, you can leave those for like 5:15 p.m. But being in the ERG space, like, you do have to show up authentically. And that means talking a lot about your personal life. I do it a lot in my cultural marketing role just to relate to people, like, hey, like, I'm asking you for so much. Like, I'm asking you to explain your identity to me. I'm asking you to explain, like, or like asking someone to go through mandatories for, like, if I'm going to market to you, like, what do you actually need? So I try to approach as cautiously and authentically as possible. But yeah, I mean, Best Buy has, like, we do candid conversations. So it's like a divisive topic, I guess. And then you just get in a room and everyone talks about it. And it breaks down so many barriers between levels and ERG communities, like subgroups of people. It's great. Like, it makes the work culture so much better at the end of the day.
That's awesome. I personally, I actually just, you know, explain this across our broader group, that being in sales, I would walk into a meeting and try to figure out is the Black Aaron, the woman Aaron, or the lesbian Aaron the least confrontational, in order for me to not come off in some type of way, until I was able to like assess the room. And so I would actually come into, a situation, I think, kind of already at a loss because I wasn't being my authentic true self. And then, I'm always, I was always kind of in my head about, is this person a personality of me or this version of me okay? And so I really kind of, can feel that being your true self and opening up the space for people to feel authentic and feel valued is truly important, because you're just going to get more out of them, and you're going to get, that meeting is going to be better, that, corporation is going to be better, your messaging is going to be better. So I love that, you're kind of being a catalyst for people to be their authentic self.
Absolutely. I mean, existing is difficult enough. Like, we shouldn't have to feel like we're hiding a part of our personality at work. And I mean, that goes into code switching too. We know people have to do that. And like the LGBTQIA plus community, like, it's inherently intersectional. So like what you said, like, am I gay Aaron or am I Black Aaron right now? Like, again, code switching, like, everyone's familiar with it. We shouldn't have to exist like that at work, because it really does just make it so much harder. So
Definitely.
Thank you.
Completely. So yeah, thank you for that. So before we begin to kind of, wrap this up and get to Q&A, this is very important, and I really, I want you to take your time and spend as much on this as possible. How can leaders lean in to this important, community and not only within their own corporate world, but within their own personal world?
Yeah, I mean, as far as like in the workplace, again, I think it's just asking that question and sitting down to listen. Like, just ask, see how you can be involved. I mean, as an ERG leader, of course, I'm going to say this, but like, I would love it if all senior leaders were more heavily involved in ERGs, just to connect with other people. And like, it's also just like a networking thing for the people in the ERGs too. Like, we all want FaceTime with our leaders. Yeah. Self-education and self-reflection are also very important. So looking at the materials that your ERGs are putting out is always great. Like, I mean, we have newsletters and we share a ton of content, just like here's like deeper dives into some things that affect our community. I mean, like, not to be a downer, but yes, there's still a pandemic, but once the pandemic is over, there's still an AIDS epidemic. There are just things that affect other populations that I don't think are top of mind for a lot of our leaders, which is totally fine. But yeah, I mean, just ask the question, get involved. Everyone's nice, hopefully.
Right. Hopefully. And then, them being part, like you were saying, them trying to incorporate more into their ERGs. What do you think that they can then take as far as like the important narrative and be able to push that forward? Like, what would you say for, the leader who is looking at their ERGs? Like, what is the main like thing that they can do with those ERGs?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I'm sure it differs depending on the leader, but I mean, when a leader tells their team to go get involved in something, that team will usually follow, like, listen. So, I mean, if it's just like, everyone should join the ERG or everyone should attend this lunch and learn that's about drag, right? Like, it's like a fun thing, but just getting more visibility to all of this and what ERGs are working on, because like, first of all, networking is really important for everyone, especially in a pandemic. And then they just give someone like a, half an hour long deep dive into like whatever fun thing or like upsetting thing we have going on that day. I didn't answer that very well. I'm sorry.
No, you're doing fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just the FaceTime thing. Like, attend meetings, talk to people. I wish I had a better answer, but that's really what it is. Just like talk to us like we're humans, because we are.
That part.
Yeah.
That's a great point. And do you feel that, that human component is how you, got your leadership to buy in? Or can you maybe talk a little bit on the personal level of how you were able within your own, Best Buy walls to get your leaders to buy in?
Yeah. We have some great leaders at Best Buy. I mean, I know the marketing leadership the best, but like our CMO is just like, he's a good, like, I'm very aware that he's just a good person. And I think that's why we have so much buy-in from our senior leadership, because they're just rad people who want to connect with their employees. Every once in a while, like there is a business case to be made. Like we know that LGBTQIA identities take up X% of the population. This is like our way into marketing, which is great. But like, it's difficult to make a business case to do the right thing. I mean, morally, like we can all do it. That's easy. But I think the show of support that we get from our senior leadership, like Best Buy was a public supporter of the Equality Act last year, which was so meaningful for a lot of us internally. I was on a fireside chat with their CEO when we found out the Supreme Court decision in June, just started crying. Horrifying to cry in front of the CEO of your company, but she was so sweet about it. Yeah, I mean,
we're human though, so it you know what I mean, like it's I'm glad that you did. It was probably very cathartic for you to get that out.
It was, definitely was. I mean, June was a lot. Yeah, so I think, yeah, it's an interesting space to be in. I think for me personally, as an ERG leader in my cultural marketing role, like so much of myself, like I show up as myself every day at work for the most part. Like again, like I've cried so many times in the workplace, which is sort of embarrassing, but at the same time, like it breaks down so many communication barriers that's necessary when we're reviewing this work, when working on strategy for this, just like when you're shopping it around to all the different cross-functional partners who need an approval moment, like it's better that way, I guess.
That's awesome. And we've been really speaking about the culture of already having like an ERG. What would you say to a company that doesn't have those resources, as far as like why they should maybe think about, you know, allocating time, money, and that space to create those employee resource groups?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So, okay. First of all, I think Out and Equal provides a lot of resources on how to start an ERG on their website. So that's a good one for everyone. But most importantly, it's important for marginalized identities to have safe spaces in the workplace. It's important everywhere, but there's a pandemic and we don't have physical safe spaces anymore. So the fact that these employee groups or networks or business resource groups exist as a safe space just for people to ask questions, get to know other people is so important. I mean, I'm sure everyone's inclusion and diversity HR team has their own ideas of how to bring those to life. I don't have like the detail centric brains, like I can't actually speak to how these are typically formed, but they are so incredibly important. We use them for development, networking. I don't know. I mean, like our ERGs share new roles and opportunities and volunteer opportunities as well as at Best Buy, which is great.
Yeah. Do you find that, because I know that ours does this extremely well, the camaraderie between ERGs, you know, and kind of, even though it's, you know, niche to either, you know, the, you know, Black employees or the, you know, queer employees, but I feel that, you know, we all do a very good job of championing for each other, because at the end of the day, we all are a marginalized group. Do you see that and feel that at Best Buy as well?
I do. I love all of my other ERG colleagues so much. Like the rapport between us is fantastic because we're all working toward the same goal and we have so much face time with each other that we get to know each other so well. Like because of my day job, like I work with the ERGs so much. And as an ERG leader, I already got to know everyone. So like for the Black History Month campaign, working with the Black ERG just on a daily basis was amazing because again, like we're doing something that everyone wants to do. And just like sharing, like you get to know your colleagues so well and it makes work so much more fun than just your like basic, like, okay, I'm going to show up, do a thing and then go home. And my experience at Best Buy has not been that. Like it's all been fun and engaging. So
that's awesome. Do you guys kind of then, you know, reach out and you know, have other connections with other ERGs at other companies? Because you were just mentioning like Black History Month, and like last night we did a Black Family Feud, and it was like Verizon Media, Twitter. It was a couple of different companies that we basically were teams and competed against each other, and it was phenomenal. It was so much fun. But do you find that you guys have the opportunity of working with other companies' ERGs?
Okay, well, I definitely want to hear more about that. So if we can connect, but we haven't done it a ton. I mean, we're part of Quorum, which is the local LGBTQIA Chamber of Commerce.
Okay.
So I know we're connected with some of the other larger companies in Minneapolis. So Target, General Mills,
Yeah.
3M. I'm forgetting the other ones. I'm so sorry. Anyone else on this call? Yeah, so I know we do a couple of events a year, but there isn't a lot of FaceTime like that. And I think that would be really interesting. So you've given me some good ideas. Thank you.
Oh, it was beyond competitive, but so much fun. Because whomever wasn't on the actual teams, the rest of like the ERG we were in the comments and, cheering our guys on and stuff like that. So it was a lot of fun that we had last night. So yes, let's connect on that.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, it was fantastic. And this has all been extremely great. I really appreciate, the time that you've been spending with us. And before we get to some Q&A, that we do have some questions coming through from the audience. I wanted to ask you, basically with Black History Month, ending right now, Women's History Month is coming, and then Pride. And especially during like a pandemic where we all can't get together and commune in the way that we would normally. What are you most excited about with the year ahead?
Yeah, good question. I mean, it's only February somehow still.
Feels like it's like been 5 years already in the first 2 months.
I know, who knows what's going to happen. But yeah, I mean, personally, I'm really excited to see how this work evolves in the cultural space. I'm excited to see what Best Buy does. I've seen Best Buy make so many huge strides over the past year that I'm just excited to see what else we can do. And then, yeah, I'm excited for Pride this year. June was a lot last year, I think, for everyone. And I'm excited to see how we continue to create community and culture in the virtual space, because I mean, Pride as we know it is not coming back anytime soon. Like, we're not going to have parades and events and everything. Yeah, I'm just excited to see what happens. Our community has so much going for it that, I don't know. I'm excited to be surprised, I think, for everyone this year.
Oh, that's awesome. Is there any kind of little like, peek behind the veil that you can give us about what you guys are going to be doing for Pride? Or is it still like under wraps?
You know what? I briefed that last week, 2 weeks ago. Pretty focused on intersectionality. I'm actually going to review the creative brief later today. So TBD.
Awesome. Very cool. Well, there's a couple of questions that are coming in from the audience. So I want to make sure that we have enough time to answer those. So one from Andrew: aside from companies speaking today, what other brands, marketers do you think are setting a good example for LGBTQ inclusive marketing, and why?
Yeah, good question. I'm a huge fan of Sephora's marketing. I really appreciate the fact that they include androgynous people, because we don't see that in marketing a lot. And like a lot of drag queens, or like drag personalities, not only queens. And it makes sense for Sephora. It's authentic to them. Like, just going, like, it's a beauty makeup brand, I guess. I don't know. Obviously, it's a retailer. But I've really appreciated Sephora's marketing just with representation. Let's see. Noto Botanics. They're like a skincare and scent brand, but they also have a lot of transgender representation in their marketing. And again, leaning into androgyny, which is one of my favorite things to see, because we just don't see it very often. Marketing, I like, especially for LGBTQIA plus identities, for so long was focused on like cis white gay men, and not that they are not important community members who deserve a voice. It's just, I'm just so happy to see femmes and BIPOC people and non-binary and transgender representation within all of this, but also focusing on some other identities like queer people with disabilities. Like, we all celebrate Pride a little bit differently. And I mean, yeah, we do. And like, looking at just like the alphabet soup we have, like, we're completely taking over the alphabet. We've also like taken over flags, and like how many flags do we have? 35 or something? And it's great. Like it's so important that everyone's leaning into their own identity. I have gone on a tangent. I'm so sorry.
No,
But
this
yeah,
is great.
Sephora is doing a really good job, I think. So is Noto.
That's awesome. It's funny that you say that too, because I think for so long, like androgyny was only like a fashion, like it was okay in fashion, but it didn't really spill over into anything else. And so it's really cool that, Sephora and these companies are doing it. I've seen Etsy do a really good job. They have a campaign here in California where there's a Black trans woman that's in their commercial, and I thought that was fantastic. So that's great. Thank you so much.
I love that so much. But I mean, again, it's just like you don't even need to completely lean into that transgender identity. Just like casting that talent is so important and normalizes identities. That makes me really happy. I'll look that one up.
Yeah, it's awesome. And then a follow-up question. How are you approaching Pride celebration this year, given the likelihood that this will be another virtual Pride for most markets again this year?
Yeah, I mean, I guess Best Buy specifically, I don't really know what we're doing right now. We just started planning for it. I assume we'll continue to do the virtual drag bingo and a lot of just like virtual events. So like we'll do educational things, but then some like fun things. I think I'm hosting like an astrology lunch and learn because I'm an astrology gay, which everyone loves. So
yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, I wish I had a better answer. I just don't know yet. But again, I'm excited to see what happens and what we're able to pull off this year.
So given that that's kind of like in the forefront, can you tell us a little bit about what you guys did for Black History Month, since we're coming to an end of that month?
Yeah, for Black History Month on the marketing side, when did we launch? Mid-January. So it's a social heavy campaign. There's a really solid anthem video. I definitely recommend looking that up. It's on the Best Buy YouTube channel. Yeah, but I mean, as far as Black History Month events, if that's the question, the Black ERG hosted a ton. So there's actually something happening right now called One Fest, which is just like a larger 2-day cultural celebration, I'll say. So last year when I was on campus, there was like a talent show, spoken word poetry, there were dancers, fashion shows, which was a huge deal. And it's happening in a virtual space this year. Cool. And then, yeah, again, just like those lunch and learns, candid conversations. Yeah.
Very cool. And then last question, I think we have 2 minutes left, so this might be the last question. What consumer behavior trends that have accelerated from the past year do you think will stick once things reopen at scale?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I guess I don't really know. I mean, we know that people, like customers in general, think it's important that brands have a voice in social issues and an actual stance. And I don't think that's going to go away anytime soon. I mean, it can't. And I think that's a big one, just to ensure that brands are walking the walk if they're playing into this space or speaking to it at all. I think a really solid example is the black squares we saw in June. How many brands do you know who posted that, like should have actually been posting that, and then took that as a like learning and self-interrogation moments, like how can we edit the content we're putting out here? How can we as a brand do better? And I think that'll stick.
That's awesome. And from me, I'm a Sagittarius, so I love to hear that you're into astrology. But I thank you so much for your time, your authenticity, being vulnerable, and giving us so much insights to take with us. And so, Andrew, I believe it's back to you.
Yes, well, Aaron, to echo your sentiment, I want to thank both of you for sharing your lived and learned experiences, not just the importance of allyship, but yes, we're so thrilled to have you both sharing your insights on your stage. And by the way, you guys took 2 of the brands out of my mouth that I was going to share as far as what other examples that I think doing great jobs, because I completely agree. Sephora and Etsy are great examples. Another one that you guys might have seen that aired toward the end of last Pride season that I thought was just a great example of intersectionality was what Sam Adams did. If you saw it, they did a fantastic spot with Black trans, Black queer, Black femme, just the whole spectrum. And they filmed it at the Stonewall Inn to share the importance of the Black community in the Stonewall riots and the 50 years since. So the fact that Sam Adams, which to me, I always thought is this kind of white, hetero, masculine brand, for them to make a statement like that was really powerful, and I hope they continue to build upon it. So again, Emily, Aaron, thank you both so much. As you mentioned, Emily, Best Buy is in support of the Quality Act, which is up for votes in the House of Representatives as we speak. So having marketers lead by example and provide both employee resources and inclusive representations in their campaigns is only going to help with protections for people who live in those 27 states where it's still legal to be denied employment or housing just for being LGBT. So thank you both for sharing your insights. Awesome. So we're going to keep it going. We are at the halfway point. If you're just tuning in, we still have 3 fantastic sessions on deck today. So up next, we're going to welcome Jonathan Roman. Jonathan is the Global Director of Marketing Technology Solutions at Electronic Arts, and he'll be joined by our moderator, Dan Ackerman. Dan is the VP of Client Development at the Trade Desk. So please welcome to the stage, Jonathan and Dan.
Great to see everybody. Thank you. Jonathan, do we have you on, get your audio?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, awesome. Andrew and to the BI community, thanks so much for having us. We're excited to be here. And I was looking forward to this. We had a great prep call with Jonathan, and he has such awesome experience and point of view through his career at different companies. I'm really looking forward to him sharing that today. So I'll try to do as little talking as possible, but just want to set the stage is that, I think we're all kind of in this point right now of doing our retrospectives on 2020, personally, professionally, and those experiences, serve as yet another stark reminder that empathy and understanding and inclusion, it just can't be taken for granted, that it's something that takes, an always on vigilance and effort to make sure that we create a space and an environment where everyone can share and celebrate their individualism, and excited that there are so many brands behind that, and that our general community is so active in doing that. And I think regardless of a company's approach, there are really some just great pillars to make sure that that's happening in your work environment. And a few of those I wanted to share. Education. I think everybody needs to continually educate themselves. Celebration, there are so many awesome things about people and companies and communities that need to be celebrated and brought to the forefront. So there's just good awareness and not kind of in that coastal view. It's not always the way that things are, everywhere in our country and globally. And to make that investment, in time and money and initiatives to celebrate and support those diversity initiatives. And also the last one is just listen, always have an open ear and listen to what everyone in your organization in your life is saying. So we can be, as relevant and timely and as aware and never be tone deaf to what's happening around us. So just some thoughts to kick off the conversation. And Jonathan, as I said, I'd love for you to do most of the talking today, but would love to just get kind of, your general thoughts and point of view on the topic.
Sure. Yeah. And you hit the nail on the head there, just making sure that there is that space so that all of these voices are heard and we have the appropriate channels internally in all of our respective organizations is really key to a lot of what we'll be talking about today. Should we go back a bit and do a bit of a quick intro in terms of, what we do for our respective organizations? Would that be good?
Yes, I jumped over that and I totally forgot. I just wanted to make sure I share my pronouns, he and him. I thought they were in my name up there, but somehow those fell off. So I'll let you do your personal intro first.
Technology and pronouns can sometimes be a little bit tricky. I just actually was looking up, apparently for LinkedIn, you can only put like your pronouns on the mobile version, not the desktop. So there's a lot of little nuances like that. Don't worry about it. So John Roman already introduced as Global Director of Marketing Technology Solutions over at EA. Pronouns are he, him, his. And yeah, this is a really exciting conversation to me, just because a lot of times when I do these industry talks, it tends to be more about data and technology, what's the big new thing in innovative technology, things like that. So I think something that's a really big part of my career path now, like in my role in my past and has been in my past roles, is the component of diversity and inclusion, and then how big of a proponent I am for ERGs. So I think this is a really good conversation that I'm excited about, and to be having this conversation with you, Dan, just because marketing and your ERG environments and how you're creating those spaces, they are intertwined. So yeah, really excited to be here.
Great. So Dan Ackerman, I already shared my pronouns at the trade desk. I lead our North American client development effort. Essentially what that is we work with our biggest partners to really understand their businesses down to even elements like this, to really understand how technology can help lift up and accelerate their efforts, mostly in the digital marketing and television marketing space. But a deep understanding of the ethos of a company is critical. I think as John alluded to, it just impacts everything, the people you hire, the way you run your business, and then, the way your products are developed and brought to market. So I definitely want to spend some time. We will not let you off the hook on talking about technology today, because I would be remiss if I did that. So, I think that we had a great conversation the other day. I just thought was super helpful, but just to kind of lay the base, maybe you could talk through some of your professional and personal experiences in how these inclusion efforts really do lay the foundation for how companies operate and be successful, both in the B2C, but also in developing an environment and a company that can really thrive and be successful.
Yeah, I think in this day and age, it's almost like something that's expected from an organization, to have kind of that understanding of the larger world as it appears to not just traditional ways of thinking, and kind of the broader spectrum of humans that exist on this planet, and should be kind of providing those spaces internally in organizations for different groups of people that have not been, let's say, the front and center of history, or just, that may have a little bit less of that front and center capability to kind of discuss their lives, have that opportunity in that space to kind of discuss and converse and just kind of just kind of come together as a group to think about some of these challenges that they're experiencing both in and outside of the organization.
Yeah. How does that kind of stand out to you as you've worked at some really interesting organizations and ones that, are leaders in their space, but as you've moved throughout your career, what are the things that you look for, at every level of the organization to understand their investment and commitment to that kind of thinking?
Yeah. So it's funny, I didn't include that in part of my, I guess, like in my conversations going from different organizations earlier on in my career. There was actually a piece of me that was a little fearful to kind of ask about things like, what spaces do you have for your LGBTQ plus employees and things like that. But as I grew as an individual, that became more and more important to me. And it's gotten to a point where it's like, when I'm thinking about, being at any organization, or in some cases partnering with different organizations in the role I facilitate now, those questions do come up because it's one of those things where it really tells you a lot about an organization and kind of how open they are going to be for you as an individual. If they have at least, at a minimum, something as simple as an ERG set up within the organization to really give those employees that space to be themselves. So.
Yeah, and now, in your role, you're always evaluating partners and how they align with the company, but also align with the company's goals.
Yeah.
As you build your teams and you also build partnerships, how has that permeated those discussions? The way you look for people, the way you find talent, whether it be their skill set or their location. Maybe start with that, and we'll kind of go to the partnerships part.
Sure. So it's really about kind of taking a look at the role at hand. For my team specifically, it's always been about kind of figuring out ways to bring in more diverse talent and more talent that has like differing mindsets, right? I think one thing that's been a little bit of a blessing from a pandemic perspective, right? It's been a really tough time for everybody. But I think from a hiring perspective, it really opened up the doors in terms of, one, a lot of us are aware now in specific roles, location isn't that big of an impact. So you have a lot of, I think there was a lot of previous thinking about, you are specifically trying to hire for a certain area. In certain cases, you're like kind of the different types of people you can hire in different areas may be limited just from a geographic perception. And I think at the end of the day, it's given us a broader approach to look all over for all sorts of different types of people, and that includes LGBTQ plus members. I've talked about this in the past a lot, but in certain cases, when you are stuck in that sort of situation where it's like you're tied to a specific geographic location, then it becomes, how do you integrate questions and things within the interview process to gauge somebody's willingness to work in an open and inclusive environment and how they're going to contribute to that, right? So it's like, you start integrating questions maybe into the interview process of candidates and saying, what has been your past experience in an ERG within your organization? Or tell me a little bit about, something you've done that wasn't just, your 9-to-5 work expectation. How did you contribute to the organization in a larger way? And that really gives you that kind of insight of, okay, I couldn't maybe in this specific situation for whatever reason get a super diverse hire, but you are also not bringing in people into the organization that are a detriment to that.
Right.
You really want to bring in those folk that are, they want to make the organization more inclusive. They want to make it better. And for me, that's become a red flag over the years. If you are kind of talking to somebody or a candidate or in a partnership where there seems to be pushback against that sort of mentality, it could be, a little bit challenging to move forward with that relationship.
Yeah, it's a great point. It's not just about making investment in hiring and building up the diversity of your organization, but also hiring in groups that don't necessarily contribute to diversity, but that person and their approach supports and can also move the ball forward for expanding diversity without necessarily being part of one of those groups that add to the diversity. Great point. And just curious, as you not only kind of building up the organization at EA, you're a very acquisitive company in terms of game studios and new businesses, but also you have a huge partner ecosystem. It's necessary to be able to operate a global business, and especially in kind of pushing forward the innovation in digital marketing, technology, measurement. Does this permeate at all that partnerships part of your role?
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny to think about like the RFI process and how we kind of assess different vendors in the space. Now it's almost become, it's one of those things where you also want to take a look at how that company is represented to, the general public, right? And a lot of that and a lot of bad things can stem from any sort of notions of your company being exclusionary or not being diverse enough or not being queer friendly. There are just so many things that, outside of the technical components of a solution that you're trying to bring on, especially when you're thinking about an organization, a global organization like EA, you go into the light of what will the perception be of this organization based off of some of those partnerships and how, those people are perceived. So I think it's definitely there. It's definitely something we think about. And then the overall comfort of folk internally that may be working with different members of those different organizations, right? We always want to make sure they feel safe, they feel comfortable, they can be their true and authentic selves, which you hear a lot about these days in terms of these conversations, especially how it comes top down from leadership. Like you want to bring your true and authentic self to work. And there's, that goes sometimes beyond the organization itself. It's also partnerships. It's also where you're conducting business, things like that, that can attribute to the comfort of your own employees internally. So.
That's right. Yeah, and I think it speaks to that broader of like, if it's part of your kind of foundational principles, then it organically will permeate everything. The way you interact with your consumer, the way you interact with your partners, and in an area that you may think totally unrelated to another part of your business, like evaluating, partners. That kind of reminds me of one of the topics that we talked about in the lead up was that kind of foundational alignment on this being really important and how it touches so many parts of the business. Yeah. And of course, we're brand innovators, so we got to talk about marketing related elements of that. So, in the way that, products are developed and the consideration of the diversity of the end consumer, and also maybe we'll start there and then also talk about how that impacts the way those products and services are marketed to consumers.
Yeah, it's funny because I think when I first heard the title of this conversation, my mind immediately went to what LGBTQ plus specific campaigns have we launched and like how are those? But I think you really thinking through that, it's not even about your marketing tactics specifically to those communities. In my mind, the best thing an organization can do, and this isn't always, you can't always do this in every organization. I had a funny thought earlier where I was like, you can't make an Oreo. I think Mondelez was one of the speakers earlier. You can't make a queer Oreo. And then I thought about the Lady Gaga Oreos that just came out. You can make a queer Oreo. And I have way too many packets of those right over there. But yeah, for EA specifically, we're building content, right? Like we are a form of entertainment, something that goes beyond even the television and film industry, because it's way more interactive. You're putting yourself in the shoes of a specific character and kind of ingraining yourself into a world that's been built up, whether that be a fantasy-based world or a world that is a reflection more of our real life that we're living now. So you want to make sure that, as real life reflects, all sorts of different people and all sorts of different mentalities are reflected in your product when you have that chance to do so. Because, and I think this was even mentioned a little bit from Emily about the white masculine gay perspective, but I'll take it a step further. There's a large conversation about gaming where it's like the white male protagonist has been done so many times, right? There are a lot of audiences are looking to find themselves in these characters in these games and find representation in themselves in these games because they want to be fully immersed and engrossed. And I love to think about The Sims as a really good example just of, this is a game that's centrally built around you creating this alternative life for yourself and creating, in some cases, it could be a character that's completely different than who you are, but in some cases you may want to create a character that's a pure reflection of who you are in reality in this like digital space. So the people who are playing these games, and this goes for other sorts of entertainment as well, they should have the ability to be reflected, not only just reflected in those games, but also in a way that's authentic. And that really comes from those specific people contributing to the development and the creation of these products themselves. Not just somebody, it's not necessarily enough, I think, anymore to just be like, oh, we threw in representation in here. It's more about how is that organically infused into the products that you're putting out in the world.
Yeah, which is, a long-term commitment because games definitely do not get developed overnight. Each version of them takes, millions of people hours to develop those. So if it's not important from the beginning, it's not like you can just drop that in, right before the game gets released. And how have you seen that, come out? So that's really kind of the company and the game studio. And then, their partners in marketing then need to bring that to consumers in events, in digital marketing and offline marketing. How have you seen that been done well, where that then, kind of threads all the way to kind of the final mile of touching the consumer?
Yeah, you'll find a lot of times this happens just through word of mouth and different reviews of games and things like that. Public sentiment is actually really huge. So if we take like a pure play marketing perspective, if the product is built in a genuine and authentic way that includes a lot of these things, it doesn't feel forced, it feels like it's organically embedded into the content, you'll have a lot of word of mouth. You'll have a lot of people that, again, they're looking, because you sometimes don't get a lot of these opportunities. They're looking for these sort of games to play in their day-to-day life. And if they love it, and if they feel like they're represented, and if they're having a really great time, they'll vocalize it, right? Like they'll talk about it. They'll post it on forums. Things like Reddit, are becoming bigger and bigger to gauge public sentiment for certain things. And it's a great medium to say, when we've done something wrong. I think this goes for any organizations as well. Everybody makes mistakes, right? It's really about using that sort of sentiment and creating those spaces and understanding where you can get that authentic feedback to do better in the future. And to your point earlier, the one great thing about games, sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it's not a great thing, is that you do have the ability now, back in the day, if you bought a game for Super Nintendo, that was the game in its final format. There was no ability to make any adjustments, and then, now you do have, to a degree, if you think of games as a service, if you think of it as a living and breathing product, there are ways to ingrain specific pieces of content to celebrate, different parts of the year, whether it be Pride Month, where it be, kind of a Trans Day of Visibility, things like that. So there are these opportunities to kind of ingrain that into the product itself on an ongoing basis. And then if, somebody messed up, somebody made a mistake, somebody was just unaware of, maybe they released a specific piece of content that in their eyes, it did not seem offensive or upsetting, but to somebody else's eyes outside of their own, it did. You now have the ability to take those things out of these games and continuously improve. So I think one thing EA does really, really well is just gauging that sentiment and then taking some of those kind of recommendations to heart and then kind of pushing those out in a future state if it hasn't been hit like right off the bat, which is something I really like to see.
Well, I think you've opened the door for a technology conversation now. So really two things I want to dig into is, one is the investment in technology to create that feedback loop. So it's not, kind of trolling the message boards and communities to find negative or positive, but there is, create data inflow. So you can be aware of those things, whether it's a fix in the game or, things. What have you done or have you seen done well to create that feedback loop?
It's funny because you think about the amount of data we have access to in the world right now, right? And to your point, there is so much, like you have, thousands and thousands and thousands of responses and message boards and conversations happening all at once. So this is where kind of the perception of, I think, outside of the LGBTQ space in general, this is also something that kind of plays into the larger thought of data sciences and like data scraping and how you're finding kind of meaningful conversations taking place that could influence the marketing or the actual product itself. But you need a really robust marketing sciences or a data science team to kind of go through and vet all of that information because there is so much of it. So it's really about like working with those teams to really figure out how you can get that public sentiment ingrained. What is the responses? What is the feedback? Both over the internet or the digital space as a whole, but then through direct pathing that you're providing those spaces directly to your consumers to say, hey, here's a survey feedback. You've purchased our game. What do you think about it? Here's some feedback, right? And then to figure out where you're seeing the most things mentioned that have the biggest impact to make those sort of changes, either for that gaming title itself or from a future state perspective of anything else that's done. So data aggregation, data collection. Of course, we want to stay in a CCPA and a GDPR compliant way and any other data privacy. That's very, very important. We never want to be intrusive, but giving that space and making sure that the consumers also understand how that data is being leveraged is extremely important. But it does come for the greater good, especially when there's something that's been done wrong.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough talk about the responsible and valuable use of data. I think a lot of people just get caught up in kind of the nefarious bad players and a lot of the regulation that's addressing that. So that's helpful. And not every organization has as direct a connection to consumers as you do. So if it's a kind of CPG and others, they may be more tangentially connected. So you sit in a great place with that direct relationship. Another angle on the data is, there's so much talk about that in the digital marketing space, about the value of first party and data and second and third and all those data signals to focus and make the experience better for the consumer, especially if they're a prospect, they're not already an EA customer. But that can be challenging. There can be accidental mistakes made in the usage of data. And how have you guided your teams in looking at that? Because we're all focused on acquisition and lifetime value, but also using that data in a way that people may not think about it from like their day-to-day kind of perspective.
Yeah, this is good, going back to what we kind of touched upon earlier, which is about, it's not always just about the data you're collecting inherent and how you're leveraging that data, but then also some of the data that's coming from your third-party partnerships. So we talked a little bit about this on our last, on our kind of warm-up chat the other day, but understanding certain providers, social media providers, there have been stories, and luckily these things have changed, but in the past of maybe data being used in a way that has outed certain people, right? Like you hear these stories of people that were targeted by interest-based advertising on Facebook, let's say, because they were targeted to a specific degree, which, you can't do anymore, which is great. But, and they were being essentially outed because of the things that they were getting targeted with from an advertising perspective. So I think it helps, and this is where it becomes really, really helpful to go back to who are the people in your organization leading these conversations about data use and the appropriate use of data, both from a legal perspective, both from a technical perspective, but then from a, I guess you could say like an emotional or public responsibility perspective. And that's why we come back to the whole conversation about diverse and inclusive hiring. Those perspectives, as you're kind of hiring in a specific way to make sure that you do have a diverse amount of people from all sorts of different backgrounds, all sorts of different sexualities, races, and things like that, because they'll be able to contribute and they'll be able to catch these little things that you may not be able to if you don't sit within those specific groups. So the legal component, you know, the best practices component, the technical component, sometimes it's not enough, right? You also need to have those other voices in the room, especially when you're thinking about personalization. You know, that's a big area. You want to be real careful about, one, does your user want to be personally targeted, right? You want to make sure they have a clear understanding and the ability to either opt in or opt out, depending on the scenario, of how they want to be targeted and how they want their data to be leveraged. And then there's also this kind of notion of just tonality, just making sure in general, you know, you have somebody kind of double checking your work. If you are targeting a specific group and you don't come from that background, you want to make sure you have the right internal, I almost want to say like, not a use case group, but the internal sentiment provided, whether it be through an ERG, whether it be organically through people you're hiring that are sitting on these marketing teams and these data-driven teams, to call some of these things out inherently and raise these questions.
Yeah, it's I think it shines the light on that marriage between, you know, human and machine. That is always it needs to be an intimate relationship. We can lean heavier and heavier and heavier on machines. It's the human element that helps to guide that as well, which is important. I do just want to call out for everyone joining us. We're going to move to Q&A in a few minutes, and just like to make sure that we take advantage of John's time and his knowledge, and make sure we get some good questions going there. So I did want to, you know, as we start to wrap up here, one of the things that's interesting is as you know, as you move through your career and move into more prominent positions with more responsibility and larger teams, you know, that element of mentorship and, you know, guidance in your org and people that are coming in becomes that much more important. What have you done and what's worked for you in terms of helping to guide people that are newer, earlier in their career, and folks that are coming in, so you can share, you know, the knowledge, but also all of the bumps and bruises and scrapes that you got along the way and getting to where you are and learning how to do this the right way. Yeah,
I think something, just to bring it back to like kind of the LGBTQ plus component as well, because I definitely want to put a focus on that. You know,
that's what I meant.
Getting involved in things that are outside of just your 9 to 5, right? So like, I have a role here at EA. It has a specific function behind it. One thing that's not mandatory of me specifically is to be closely aligned or part of these ERGs. I just enjoy it, and I think it's a great way to take a look at people across the entirety of the organization, and to really find those people that want your feedback and want your sort of guidance throughout the organization, whether they're on your team directly or not. I think there have been a number of instances where people have reached out using that forum to ask me general questions about, you know, career pathing, have used it as an opportunity to get to know my side of the business a little bit better, and they may come from a drastically different side of the business. EA is huge, and that's one of the big challenges of working in such a large, like, global organization, is like, you could literally go through the entire span of your career without having met certain people or teams, just because they don't interact with what you do on a day-to-day. So I think just being more heavily involved and actually sitting on, you know, the ERG board at EA has been an amazing experience, and I've started kind of incorporating it into anywhere I go. So outside of just asking about it during the interview process, I like to get involved directly. And then that also becomes a really good forum, tying back to the marketing piece, where you could also, that learning goes both ways, right? Like, I am not a representative of the entire, you know, LGBTQ plus community. I have my own subsidiaries and like the things that I've experienced inherently. But these groups are just full of so many diverse opinions and kind of thoughts. They are a great place to, if you're on the marketing side and you're worried about, and not just the Pride ERG that I sit on here, but we have other ERGs, like we have Aspire, which is primarily for Asian Pacific kind of employees, and then Beat, which is predominantly for our Black employees. It's a great place that if you're worried about the tonality or, you know, something that you're putting out into the world, and you want a forum to put that past a group of people that will be upfront and tell you, you know, what their thoughts and opinions are on that. It's an amazing space to do that. And I think, you know, you may not have those resources sitting directly on your team, go to your ERG, ask those questions. Don't be afraid. And another thing I want to point out about the ERGs, I think sometimes, there's a misperception that ERGs are only made for those groups specifically. But I'm here to tell you there are certain places and times that are meant for specific groups of people to have, sensitive conversations in their own space. The ERG environment should be open to everybody that's, supportive of these groups to join, to listen in, to become a better ally, to become more knowledgeable from a work perspective too, especially if you sit in the marketing realm, to understand how these different groups function. So I cannot stress kind of the importance and the value of setting up these internal ERGs enough. There's so much value that's brought in from setting up these groups internally.
Yeah, that's helpful and great perspective. So we're going to take some questions down, and we have one which is awesome because it all grounds us in the fact that we mostly work for profit organizations and need to be focused on developing things that are good for our employees, good for people, but also contribute to the growth and health of the business. Do you have this is from Andrew, is a specific example of where your work and being an inclusive marketer have been really good for business? I mean, in general, of course it is, but examples of how you've gotten ahead, taken market share, created positive momentum for the business.
Yeah, it's really about going back to kind of the content that's being generated and the content that's being made. You don't have to worry about specific targeted marketing as much if your product is inherently made in a way that is going to attract these consumers to be a part of these experiences. So I think just the general kind of inclusion that's been more and more embedded into games and the conversations that have been had about, hey, let's stop during development. Let's take a look about our diverse representation in this game, and not just making a character and then like throwing it in a space, but then also making sure that the talent you're hiring, from a voice acting perspective, even that could be super important. If you're depicting a trans character in a game, hire a trans voice actor, because those people, there are actors that need work, and it's great to have somebody that's actually representing the character that's being portrayed on screen. So I think try not to go too off topic, because I know the initial, what was the initial ask again there?
So, a good specific example of how it's been like good for business and really made.
Yeah. So to tie that all back up, it's like you're opening up the doors for all these people to really kind of be interested in your games or your products, depending on how you're marketing or how you're building it into the product itself. You're naturally going to get people that are interested in being part of those experiences when they feel like they're represented in the product itself. So yeah, I would say that's good on its own, right? Like and then understanding, I think one thing that's really important, going back to the public sentiment piece, is understanding when somebody who's being inflammatory or angry in the reverse. I'm a huge gamer outside of work, so you get a lot of these notions of like, why are we being forced to take in the gay agenda in our gaming? And it's like, well, nobody's being forced. It's just, this is a real life representation of how the world works. There are all sorts of so many different people, and people just want to be represented in these games and these experiences. So I guess to sum it up, it's like, make sure it's organically kind of embedded in the product when you can. Do it in a way that's authentic and true, and the users will come. And again, it cycles back to that word of mouth. There are people looking for these sort of experiences because they're rare. If you look at the entire gamut of queer-centric games in general, there's a lot more content coming out these days. I think as we're in the world, as the world is opening up more and it's becoming, less of a, almost like an expectation for organizations to be aware of the larger LGBTQ plus community and their employees. But it's still a generally small amount of the totality of the space of games that exists in this day and age. So that's what I can say for that.
That's helpful. Yeah, I mean, you are a gamer by personal preference, and now you're one of the largest companies building the most interesting games. But you have worked outside of gaming. When you look at the kind of broad spectrum of marketers that we experience messages all day, And I know the last panel talked about this, but what has stood out to you as either, great creative, great campaigns, or just really well done approaches to appealing to the LGBTQ plus community?
Yeah, I think there's really, so I'll go back to my agency side days, because you were managing a lot more brands at once. So I've been a part of several organizational kind of Pride Month campaigns. There have been some really good ones, and then there's been some that felt a little forced. So I think it's like one of those things of figuring out, what truly makes a great campaign is authenticity. And I think that's often lost if you have a team developing this sort of creative or these adverts that aren't from these backgrounds. They're more trying to figure out on their own how to depict, a sort of message that they think will resonate with a separate audience that they have no direct insight into. So that's where you want to make sure you have the adequate voices in the room to really gauge that. I've also seen the other side of things where it's like tone deaf, right? There was no kind of there was no inclusion of getting somebody's perspective before these adverts went out in certain cases, and there wound up being a big backlash by the community for insensitivity or just a misconception of things that are really important to some of these community subsets. So again, like, bring them in from internally in the organization. If you don't have them at all, for whatever reason, you don't have an ERG, or you don't have anybody internally or a nice subset of people to give you that kind of that feedback, seek it externally. Just make sure you're doing it in some way, shape, or form, because the worst thing that can happen is you're just tone deaf. You think your marketing is well-intentioned, and it winds up backfiring, right? And then you have people that are like, I'm done with this organization or their business because of that. So it's hard to get it's hard to get those customers back. It's really hard to get those customers back once they feel like, they are not represented by the organization or the product, or the company doesn't have their best interests at heart. So
yeah, that's great. And another kind of follow-up question to that, you're expected to have the right tonality and to have good creative and during tent poles like Pride Month. But what advice would you give to making that, the other 11 months of the year, doing that in a responsible way and doing it in a way that builds that authenticity with that community?
Yeah, I would say the opposite, right? So making sure that your general advertising isn't specifically catered to a specific group of people, making sure that the general representation in your advertising is diverse, and you can do that in a way that doesn't seem forced. The forcedness is a big thing for me, because I feel like consumers are getting more and more smart and immediately spotting out when something feels like inauthentic or forced. So I think just think about, the general creative and the messaging you're putting out into the world. Try to think of ways and brainstorm how you can make it more inherently inclusive. Not to say it needs to cater or pander to any sort of group or anything like that, but just like organically, like, who are you hiring on your teams to make these decisions? What are the ideas that you're thinking about that aren't just coming from one point of view, but rather a diverse point of view? So I would say, like, if I use something like The Sims as an example or something like that, show every part of the year, show that there is a total kind of spectrum of things that you can do within this game that hit on a number of different subsets of people. Just communicate to your audiences that you have the capacity to kind of build this true version of yourself in a way that's just representative of the game itself. So
I know we're about to get the hook, but I do have one last question for you. What are you most excited about and have the most positivity of going into this year of these kinds of initiatives, but more generally inclusiveness, taking another step in 2021?
Yeah, you mean like from a business perspective, or?
Yeah, from a business perspective. I mean, whether it's in your own organization or more broadly, and as a community of marketers.
Yeah, I think this has been a great year. And I think, again, Emily talked a little bit about it. I was only able to catch the tail end, but I think I heard a little bit about this. It's just, this year has been so good. It's been such a terrible, like 2020, I'll say in general, has been such a terrible year for everybody. But I think there was a lot of learning and a lot of things that came to light. And this goes into other communities outside of the LGBTQ plus community, but there's a lot of intersection as well. So I think this started a great amount of momentum. both from one, a hiring perspective, where can we hire individuals? Is working in specific geographic areas as important as maybe people thought it was in the past? And that being kind of a way that we can diversify talent more and more. You know, it never stops. You want to make sure that's a continuous thing within an organization. And then I think just the momentum of the conversations have created a lot of great spaces, you know, both in EA and in other organizations, that I'm hoping everybody internally is putting the fuel to keep these things going, you know, into the new year, past the new year, forever forward, and just there's continuous growth. That's what I'm looking forward to. I'm seeing it now, and I want to make sure that, you know, these things continue.
Awesome. Well, John, thank you so much. Andrew and the BI community, the Trade Desk is excited and thrilled to be part of this dialogue and part of this event and others on this topic. So thanks so much for everyone that tuned in. Appreciate the time and looking forward to seeing you again soon.
Well, right back at you, Dan. Thank you so much for that fantastic discussion. John, real quick, before we let you go, you know, we've been asking all our speakers today, with Pride Month looking likely to be in yet another virtual celebration.
Yeah.
Well, how are you guys thinking about it? Do you have any initial concepts in mind of what that might look like for EA?
Got it. Oh, no, yeah, that's a fun question. Our focus right now is more on the Trans Day of Visibility that's coming up at the end of the month. So we have started talking about Pride, though. And we haven't necessarily netted out what we're doing for Pride yet, but we do know 2020 was what we're calling the year of the drag queen. We had so many drag queen focused events at EA to celebrate Pride Month. What we do know for this upcoming Pride season is that we want to move a little bit. We love our drag queens, but we want to move a little bit away from pure drag queen and get a little bit more of diverse talent and kind of those sort of forms of entertainment and conversations happening for this Pride. So that's where our mind is right now. But yeah, it's a continuous conversation. Just less drag queens,
Yes. Okay. Well, I think as we've learned today, it's all about the healthy mix, the intersectionality of drag and other parts of the LGBT spectrum. Absolutely.
Right. Exactly.
Awesome. Well, again, John and Dan, thank you so much for that fantastic discussion. All right, so we have 2 more sessions left for you this afternoon, and I want to tee up this next one. We're so excited to welcome Brent Miller. Brent is the Senior Director of Global LGBTQ plus equality at Procter & Gamble. And joining Brent is our moderator, Sylvia from Group 9 Media. So please welcome Brent and Sylvia to the stage.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Sylvia, I'll kick it over to you.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. Welcome, and thank you for joining our session. I'm Sylvia Banderas-Kofine, General Manager of Multicultural and Diverse Audiences at Group 9. Group 9 Media is the #1 video publisher worldwide and home to The Dodo, Now This, Thrillist, Pop Sugar, and Seeker. I am delighted to have the opportunity to share this virtual stage with you, Brent. Brent is Senior Director, Global LGBT Equality Leader at Procter & Gamble. He is a pioneer in using the voice of brands to drive authentic and accurate representation of the LGBTQ plus community. His list of achievements would take up this entire session, so I'm only going to name a few. He is co-founder of Can't Cancel Pride. He is executive producer of the award-winning short films like Out of the Shadows, The Words Matter, and They Will See You, which earned him his first GLAAD Media Award nomination this year. He was also behind the first ever commercial to showcase the pride flag on air with Pantene's beautiful LGBTQ plus commercial. Above all, he is a storyteller that understands that brands have the power to tell stories that make for a more empathetic world. He embodies ethos in action, and it is absolutely my privilege to be able to host this chat with you today.
Gosh, well, thanks for that warm welcome. It's really great to be here with all of you. It's thrilling to see a day dedicated to conversations on this topic, because I think it's probably one of the most dynamic areas, not just in inclusive marketing, but really in all of marketing today. It's something that, it continues to evolve. So thank you for dedicating the time to do it. And thanks for asking me to be here.
Brent, I would like to quickly set the stage for our conversation and then get right into the questions. So the recognition of the LGBTQ plus community in marketing may be relatively new to the mainstream discourse. However, diverse identities have always existed and are here to stay. LGBT consumers now represent over $1 trillion of buying power. And we can all agree that businesses should not integrate LGBTQ plus marketing framework into their communications because it's a trend, but rather because it is a valuable perspective to align with values of visibility, equity, and representation. I know that today much of our conversation will revolve around these themes. But I'd like to begin by asking you to take a step back before you give us tactical insights and tell us about your strategy. I'd love to begin by asking you about your personal why. What drives you to care so deeply about the LGBTQ plus community having proper representation and marketing?
Well, I think it's really interesting because when I was growing up in the 80s and 90s, I never saw myself represented. I don't think that I knew I didn't see myself represented. But I felt outside. I knew that I felt different, and I never saw role models that I could identify with. And I think it was very difficult to not see yourself reflected in the world, even if you can't define what that might be. And, as brand builders, as marketers, as advertisers, we have an incredibly powerful voice. And with that voice comes an incredible amount of privilege to reflect humanity. And when I first started with P&G and I was first out, we would begin having discussions about LGBTQ representation, LGBTQ marketing. And I was often told, well, that's not our target. We're really focused over here. We're focused over here. And in the few times that we were able to have LGBTQ representation, I found myself being so thankful, almost effusively thankful to the people that did it. And I started to question, why am I being so thankful for you putting me in the same place that you're putting everybody else? And it started to help me realize that I had a voice and other LGBTQ people had voices within these companies to affect change so that other people could see themselves. And when we first started to do it, the letters that we would get back in the emails or the social media outreach that we would get back from people that had seen it had a profound impact on me. I remember when we were working with Gus Kenworthy for the Winter Games in 2018, one young man wrote and shared his experience, and in that experience he said, "You've saved my soul."
Oh.
And you begin to realize that what you're doing is not just about brand building, but it's about helping people see themselves represented in the world. And that has a profound impact. And it goes far beyond what we may be doing on a certain brand or for a certain company. And that impact for people is truly moving and keeps me going every day.
Thank you for sharing that. I know that there is a video that you would like us to cue here. If we can go ahead and please cue that now.
Yeah, and I want to share, because part of what we started to do is started to make some films that looked at not only our history as an employer with LGBTQ employees, but then started to look at the importance of LGBTQ representation. And we felt that by using our voice, we could start that dialogue. So this sets the scene, I think, for our conversation. It's a film. It's a bit of a film called "They Will See You" that P&G did last year with CNN and Great Big Story.
When you are hidden or you are coded, it demonstrates that there's something wrong with you. And there is nothing wrong with LGBTQ people. Advertising absolutely has the power to shift perceptions, to start conversations.
But some are sort of critical of that. They would say it was business and not politics.
Are we being tokenized? Are we just being used as a great philanthropic product placement?
The representation of gay folks, GLBTQ folks, it's a tricky job. Everyone's different.
How can corporations continue to partner with LGBTQ organizations so they're not there just to wave a banner in the parade?
For a brand to come off authentic, they need to be authentic, which means that they need to do their homework.
Every voice is valid. Every voice has a story. Let's listen.
Wow. I'm so glad you shared that with us today. Thank you so much, Brent. So beautiful. I think one of the most interesting aspects for me is how honest P&G has been about the roots of a lot of their work in marketing translating directly from internal work that had to be done that was led by the employees. Can you share a little bit more about that and how you've been able to translate that purpose into a proper business practice?
Sure. Well, I think what became very apparent to us is that we had to be honest about our past and our journey in our relationship with LGBTQ consumers, LGBTQ employees, to help build the strategies that we are now putting into place. So for us, we went back. We worked with our first out employee who retired from P&G about 20 years ago. We worked to understand his story, what his experience was, and then we began to tell that story. And we told that story not only to demonstrate how far we've come, but also to learn the lessons, what all those generations of people that came before us had worked to achieve. And so we could put that into practice. And it helped shape the pride that people had within the company for what we had done. It helped us in a way to acknowledge the mistakes of our past so that, you know, we can grow. And then it also helped translate into that into a conversation that we could have outside the company about what different companies can be doing, and then therefore what brands can be doing to help shape LGBTQ equality in their communities.
Love it. That falls right into my next thought. Would love to hear more about the work that you are doing with GLAAD as part of a broader P&G partnership.
Sure. So I think GLAAD has been an essential partner for us because of their work in helping us shape the best policies and practices when we're incorporating LGBTQ representation and inclusion. So we're working with them today to study the myths and the barriers that companies are facing in order to drive more LGBTQ inclusion in advertising. The Gina Davis Institute found this year that only 1.8% of ads contain LGBTQ representation when you're able to discern sexual orientation or gender identity. And so that number is drastically low. So we know that there is something holding people back, holding companies back from putting in really outstanding campaigns, really outstanding representation. And so GLAAD and P&G are partnering together in order to help address this. We'll be announcing more later this spring, but our hope is that we're able to build a coalition of companies that are going to help address this and help raise that number responsibly up from 1.8%. so that people can see themselves represented in the world, and that we're doing it in a way that is not shortcutting, not stereotyping, or not doing something that's like a bolted on effort that doesn't have really a chance to have a sustained campaign or a sustained commitment to the community.
That sounds really amazing, and I can't wait for you to tell us more about it when it's time and to see if we can get involved. That sounds great. Brent, I'd love for you to now give us a little bit of your personal tactical and strategy approaches, and specifically when it comes to what are some key do's and don'ts as you're talking to the LGBTQ plus community.
I think the first thing that I think is absolutely inherent is that it's part of an ongoing strategy, that it's part of the strategy of your brand framework. Something that's not bolted on, but it's inherent to what you're doing and your sustained commitment, as I just mentioned. I think for a long time, what we saw is that LGBTQ campaigns were driven by the passion of one employee or somebody sitting in the chair at the time who may come time for Pride, and they would see that was their window in, that was their kind of way to step into the LGBTQ community, but it wasn't something that they could sustain. And so what we're working with all of our brands now, it's kind of like basically like a four-pronged approach is, first of all, clearly articulating your brand mission, and then looking at your brand benefit, and then what is the human insight that you're bringing to life from that, and then what is the LGBTQ lens over that human insight? Because once we get to that formula and get to that model, we're able to get something that is part of an ongoing plan that doesn't need to leave at one time of the year, that doesn't need to just be like a one-off execution, but helps to further the way that the people are interacting with your brand. Like, I'll give you an example. So Gillette introduced an ad in a campaign a little over a year ago called First Shave. that looked at a transgender man of color shaving for the first time. And it was just really interesting because it hit on this insight that for shaving, no matter who you are, no matter what walk of life you come from, shaving is an important rite of passage in your life. But when you put a lens of a transgender man onto that insight, a transgender man shaving for the first time is a whole different level of rite of passage. It may be something that they never thought would be possible. It may be part of their transition process that is a massive milestone, but it's something that the general population or the non-LGBTQ market or the non-transgender market can relate to. So by bringing that in, it helped lift up Gillette's overall mission, and their product was still at the center of it, but it became relatable and it was something that people could identify with. But they had to do the work to dig deep and understand the consumer, understand the barriers that existed within the transgender community, and then put that into a campaign construct that had real viability and real relatability. And so that's what we're trying to do all the time. And if you can achieve that at the foundational level of your brand strategy, you're going to have something that can have long-term growth potential for the business, which is ultimately the key to sustaining the campaign, those campaigns.
That is such a wonderful example. I can really see just all the dots connecting, and it really crystallized like best practices. Thank you for that, Brent. You're also the co-founder of Can't Cancel Pride. It's a fantastic initiative, and I'd love for you to tell us a bit more about that.
Well, last year, when it became very apparent that COVID-19 was going to have a disproportionate impact on a lot of communities, we were looking at how can we support the LGBTQ community. And of course, there are a couple of different things happening all at the same time, right? First of all, Pride celebrations around the world are being canceled. And I think the window of visibility that Pride gives to so many people is so critical, because even if you're not in a large city, Pride still gives people a window into a world or into a community that says there are people out there like me. And when you cut off that lifeline from people, it can often mean feelings of much more increased isolation. You can cut off from support from chosen family, friends, et cetera, whoever it might be, that are part of your community. And that's what a lot of the LGBT community was experiencing through COVID, not only through loss of livelihood, through a host of different things. There was a real element to identity that was being impacted. And we wanted to do use our voice as a leading advertiser and use the privilege that we have to help address that loss of visibility. So we wanted to also create a platform that brands could come into safely and be part of the conversation, be part of it in a meaningful way, and generate support for the community that wasn't seen as rainbow washing, that wasn't seen as being gratuitous. So we created Can't Cancel Pride as a way to bring the entertainment community and brands together in order to raise money for a host of different LGBTQ organizations. So we were able to raise $4 million for these organizations through the work of brands, and bring that to consumers, millions and millions of people that were having trouble seeing themselves seen in the world. So hopefully we can create this as a long-term viable platform, so brands can enter into the LGBTQ conversation and do it in a responsible way. And then hopefully we get those brands to sustain that conversation over time. I always say that, pride, every pride is someone's first pride. I think we've talked about that before.
One of my favorite Brent quotes.
Well, I think it's really true. And pride is an entry point for a lot of people. So whether it be a young LGBTQ person that goes to their first pride, whether it be a brand that decides, we want to support the LGBTQ community, so we're going to enter in with our first pride conversation. We want to make that a valuable experience for everybody so that they make that a lifelong commitment or a brand, like an extended brand commitment. And that's the opportunity that Pride can give us. It's a way to open the door to more people, to create more visibility, but do it responsibly, focus on the accurate and authentic portrayal of the community, and do it in a way that isn't self-serving, but is about a sustained model.
I love that. There's so much conversation around. That topic could take up a lot more of this convo, but I think it's so important to just acknowledge that not, there's sometimes a negative conversation about, of course, pride and rainbow washing, but I do love that other perspective to it. And later on, we'll talk a little bit about what makes a good ally, but I love that you are counterbalancing that conversation right now with meaningful, thoughtful advice, because it is important to realize that for some it is a first point of contact. It is an entryway, and to almost welcome that is important. So thank you.
Yeah, and I think there's an interesting point on that. I think we see a lot of brands come in there that do it poorly or do it kind of co in half. And I think what we have to be careful that we not do is overly shame the brands that are coming in with good intent that may not be doing it super effectively, but make sure that we are creating conversation and giving people tools, whether they be our brands or another brand, that brings them along and helps them grow in that process. I think there will always be some that come in with malintent or being overly opportunistic, and certainly they deserve to have people be critical of them. But more than anything, we need to be inviting people in and helping them do that responsibly. And so one of the things that we often talk about, like something we call the 4 R's of how we work with our brands in these spaces. I mean, the first one is reach. Are you reaching the community? Are you reaching them in media outlets and supporting media outlets, either LGBTQ owned or are relevant to the audience? Because if they're not seeing what you're saying, it doesn't really matter what you're saying, because it's kind of falling out into this ecosystem and not being heard. The second thing we talk about is representation. And are you accurately and authentically representing the community? And the diversity of the community can make that a real challenge, but the insights across the community are often fairly common. And so are you getting the insight right and bringing that to life through the right voices? And are you doing that in a diverse and responsible way? And are the people working in your teams representing the community? Are your agencies representative of the community? Because that's where you get the insights. And then we talk about resonance. Does the campaigns that you're doing, is it lifting up an issue? Is it lifting up the community in a way that is creating long-term conversation, creating long-term solution, or is it just a bit of a one-off, or doesn't fully respect the traditions and the practices of what the LGBT community represents? And the last one is really relevancy. What's the relevancy of your insight? I mean, it's very easy to put an LGBTQ person in a campaign, right? But they may not be representing something that recognizes a challenge or an experience or something that truly communicates the fabric of our culture. And if you're not using that and doing that all responsibly, you can end up reinforcing stereotype. You can end up act with good intent, having a negative impact on the way people are seeing the community, because you haven't fully done the strategic work necessary to bring that forward, so that perhaps a non-LGBTQ person sees that and doesn't fully understand the communication. So you may be reinforcing something negative, or you just miss an opportunity to help bring them along in the conversation that you're working to create.
Wow. So, I mean, that was so helpful. I think gold for so many marketers right now. Thank you for sharing that. I do want to build on that question and just ask you, so how, given the importance of pride and not taking anything from that and really piggybacking on our comments, how do we build on pride, but build moments that are year-round communications and not get stuck into this rut of just celebrating the LGBT community one time a year? I mean, I know that in general, this is something that is not a best practice. And I would love to just hear your perspective on the best approach.
I think it really goes back into the strength of your insight. A couple of years ago, we started working really closely with Pantene and going deep on their relationship with the LGBTQ consumer. We found that 60% of LGBTQ people change their hair when they come out of the closet. And so that led us into a really interesting relationship between LGBTQ people and their hair that allowed us to discover that hair is the #1 form of identity and expression that people are choosing to represent how they want to be seen by the world. And so that became that's not a pride idea. That is a brand idea that can be sustained throughout the year. And I wanted to share just one way we brought that to life in Europe through a host of transgender people that shared their experience. And so we created this campaign called Hair Has No Gender, of which we're in the 2nd year now. And would love to share that video if we have that to queue up.
I believe we can queue that up now. And
Great.
already the questions are starting to come
through. Great.
I grew up being told that people like me were ugly, that we were perverts. And I know that when I first transitioned, I didn't used to get out of the house for weeks at a time because I was so ashamed.
When I was young, when I was a child, I always saw big, voluminous, dark brown hair, and I always wanted that.
Cuanto más largo era mi pelo, más visible era yo para el resto del mundo.
Penso che sia importante che anche la vista possa capire quello che c'è dentro.
One day you may walk down the street with the wind blowing in your hair and just feel so happy to be alive.
Whether you're trans or not, I think what trans people are showing is that we're allowed to exist in ways beyond what we've been told.
That's just absolutely beautiful and so powerful. I'm so glad. Thank you again for sharing that with us. We only have 3 minutes. And while I still have a couple of questions for you, I want to be fair to everyone listening because it's blowing up over here, Brent. Okay, so first question I have is question for Brent. Love the work with Gillette and trans male representation. What's another example from your portfolio that's highlighting underrepresented parts of the community? And why was it so important to share that story?
I think what you just saw, I think from the Pantene team is a good example of that. We're working to build campaigns all over the world. We've worked with VIX in India to focus on transgender representation. And I think what we find is that sometimes when you design for the people most on the margin and can represent an insight that is very true for those that are most marginalized, it can help bring more people along with you. Because a lot of people can still see themselves in that representation. You know, I can, as a cisgender white gay man, I can see myself in the Gillette ad and understand that what it means to shave for the first time. I can feel that. Within the Pantene ad that we just saw that focused on, you know, transgender women, I still can understand the idea of putting yourself authentically out into the world. And so we can lift up those conversations, but we do it with an insight that helps other people better understand those areas of the community that they may never have interacted with before. And that is how you create conversation. And that's how you bring more people into the fold. That's done in a very non-political way. There's nothing political about those statements. They're statements about humanity. And I think at the end of the day, that's why they work.
Absolutely. I have another one here for you from Andres Gutierrez. Many companies have started ERGs in recent years. What do you think should be the role of these ERGs within each company to take it beyond creating this internal community? Would love your opinion because oftentimes we are challenged with how to keep these ERGs active in our companies at wider than just Pride Month.
Right. It's a really good point. And we've brought in our equality and inclusion strategies to be 4 pillars: employees, which where the ERGs fit, then brand capability, then our business partners and suppliers, and the 4th is community. And so we work across all of those different functions to help drive LGBTQ equality. And then we figure out from the ERGs where our specialists or where people that have those passion areas can plug in so that they become part of the ongoing dialogue, not just about attracting and retaining the employees, but how we're building operations across the company in all areas that are going to move us forward. And that gives us something that's much more in-depth and sustained, where we can help give people more roles in shaping the future of those conversations.
I love that. Thank you. I have another one here. What makes brands good aspiring allies?
That's a great question. I think there's a couple of things. And again, I go back to this idea of insight, right? And knowing what part of the conversation you can be a part of, and doing that in a way that is sustainable. Like for our brands, for example, we focus on kind of the movable middle and broad human insights told with an LGBTQ lens. There are other brands out there that are enormously impactful, making broad, big political statements that ultimately can shift in a very suddenly part of the conversation on LGBTQ equality. And when you get it right with your brand voice, that is what has impact, because it's sustainable. And I think that ends up making you a good ally. And it's like, not every brand has to be everything to everybody. But the point is, you're being responsible in what you're choosing to do, and you do it well, and you sustain that commitment.
We have time for one more. And
Great.
I'm going to ask you, what is the one book or educational resource that you would recommend everyone should either follow, read, or watch?
Oh my gosh. I never stop consuming. I think that's the important part. I think, I've gone back and I think I've watched every LGBTQ themed movie that's ever been made. And you just keep, I keep looking for more and more and more. I mean, I truly think that GLAAD has put out just some incredible guidance and just in some incredible resources to help us figure out a lot of the different kind of the dark corners that we don't see all the time. So they have some incredible things on their website and through their Media Institute that have been enormously helpful. I can't put my finger on one, but I think the point is that as you go into this, going and seeking those resources to do your homework and uncover those blind spots, which may unintentionally lead you to some places that you don't necessarily mean to be.
That's all really helpful, Brian. I think we're up at time, and honestly, I'm not ready because I have a bunch more questions to ask you and would love to continue this conversation.
I talk about it all day. I love it.
It's been so insightful, so thoughtful. Clearly, you really not only have such a true passion and purpose for your work, but it's clear that your soul lights up talking about it, and you have so much to offer us as marketers that we can learn from. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity today, and thank you for allowing me this privilege of being.
It's great. Anytime. I love it. So thank you for having me.
Well, I hope everyone enjoyed this session. Thank you very much.
Hi,
Josh, how are you?
I'm doing well. How you doing?
Well, thank you.
Um, I just want to start out and thank everyone for joining us here today, and of course, thank you for our chat today. Um, I'm going to go ahead and I think I'm introducing us because our host had some Wi-Fi issues. So actually, Justin, I'll let you introduce yourself, and then I'll go ahead and do my intro.
Yeah, sounds good. Well, thanks so much for having me. It's always a pleasure to talk on this topic. It's a passionate one for me. So yes, my name is Justin Parnell. I lead the Oreo business in the US at Mondelez, and have been working on this brand about the last 4 or 5 years. So thanks for having me.
And my name is Josh Applebaum, and I am a senior partner manager at Pinterest, working on the CPG food and beverage vertical. My 3-year anniversary is in like a month, so very excited about that. And for those of you, I'm sure most of you on the phone know Pinterest. Our mission is to bring everyone the inspiration to create a life they love. And it's a uniquely personal space where people come discover new ideas without the social pressure or negativity that you find on other platforms. So people are searching for things like air fried Oreos, which are trending up 709% this year. Fun fact. And the one thing that I love about working at Pinterest is that it's a place, both as a company and also as a platform, where you can truly be your most authentic self, which is a theme that we heard in the last presentation, and is so important when we talk about LGBTQ marketing, and especially as we go and start delving into Oreo's consumer marketing as well. So that actually tees up my first question. So when I was a kid growing up, I would share Oreos with my father. That was like his treat of choice. And I have very like warm feelings and recollection of that. And at the time in the 80s, your ad slogan was "for the kid in all of us." And since then, the brand has evolved to be so much more and encompass so much more than what just the traditional nuclear family represents. So can you share a little bit more about the brand's journey through marketing to the LGBTQ community and some of the vision that's behind that?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I love your story of your dad, and I'm glad you still remember the slogan from your childhood. And there's still a lot of much truth to that, right? That Oreo does bring out that playful kid spirit in all of us, right? Like it's about, every sort of family, individual, walk of life. And that's where I think we've made a lot of progress. And so to answer your question, our sort of journey, right, in our support for the LGBTQ community, it really started, I'd say the most kind of public, sort of action that we took was back in June of 2012, when we had the very notable Facebook post on the day of the Pride March, which it was a very simple post. It was a rainbow cookie, so rainbow colored cream. And it was about proudly supporting love, right? Like that was a very simple message. And it's sort of crazy now to think that was about 10 years ago, and how different the world was back then. I mean, at that time, we had 27 million Facebook followers, and our it just erupted in a lot of negative commentary, threats that, for boycotts on the brand and that sort of thing. So it was, we'll talk a little bit more about what we've done more recently. And I'm so happy to say that while you still get some of that, the sentiment has shifted dramatically since then, which is a very positive in my view. But at the time it was viewed as like a pretty controversial Well, a very simple, joyful Oreo way to just say, promote inclusivity and love, it was met with a lot of, backlash. We stood behind the message and felt it was a very important message. And that really is because we are a brand that does value inclusivity and diversity, and a company that values inclusivity and diversity. What actually happened at that time was that our fan base doubled. And wow. We ultimately, because we stood up for what we, for our values, I think that it really engaged a lot of people, in a more meaningful conversation. And we have continued our support over the years for the Pride movement and the LGBTQ community. One example, a couple years ago, we've shown up kind of at World Pride through over the years. A couple years ago, we did the Oreo pronoun packs, special edition packs, 3 packs for different pronouns, really just kind of promoting that sort of idea of how, well, one, we embrace all individual identities, and how important it is, that we respect someone's pronoun. It's like one of the most fundamental things we can do to respect someone's identity and who they are is to use the proper pronouns, right? And I think, we use that as a platform in social media to drive more awareness around that topic. And I think what's been beautiful to see is, it's not just Oreo, right? Mondelez, it's a global snacking company. And we've seen examples across our brands that are just so inspiring in terms of how they embrace diversity and seek for change. I think one of my favorites of all time is from several years ago with the Honey Maid, This Is Wholesome campaign, yes. Which was beautiful work. And, it showcased how wholesomeness shows up across every type of family, whether it's, same-sex parents or a biracial couple or a, immigrant family, that this is what wholesome looks like in our world, and really driving, greater acceptance. And that was beautiful. And we've continued to see kind of that type of work as our brands kind of stand up for their values and their voice.
You bring up a really interesting point in that, there's the backlash on the Oreo Facebook post. There is this notion that the audience for CPG food brands tends to be a lot more traditional. And so what would be your advice for marketers, especially in the vertical, who are looking to embrace more of an LGBTQ inclusive message?
Yeah, I think the first piece of advice I always give is know your values, define your values. And like in our case, it's based, on history that we have, of the role that we play in people's lives. Like we want to be, a part of every family's life, and creating those joyful moments of connection, no matter, what type of family you come from. And then that leads to core values around inclusivity and, wanting to spread joyfulness in the world and acceptance. So I think that that's really important, right? That you know your values. It's always, I get a lot of questions around, so that seemed brave, or that could be a big risk. Did you think about the backlash? Yeah. Of course, those kinds of questions are much easier to answer when you have clear values. You're standing behind your values, and those values you don't compromise. And so I think that is critically important. And then I think as a part of that, knowing your purpose in the world. And I think you've got to do it in an authentic way, right? I think for Oreo, I know we'll talk more about the Proud Parents campaign with PFLAG. That was very much oriented around our belief in the importance of family bonds, and connections within the family and support within the family. And, being a brand that is really, all about those moments and those family bonds, that's what we leaned into in that case. So I think knowing your purpose and how you show up is really important, and coming off authentic. And I think authentic to me, it's not just being like, oh, the creative, it makes you feel really good. Like it should, but when it's authentic, it's more likely to inspire action and change. And I think that's what we really seek to do, is, we don't view it as a sales driver when we do, partnerships with like PFLAG, right? It's really about how can we use our influence and scale as a marketer to make positive change?
Well, actually, I think you've teed up my next question well. So for those on the line who aren't familiar with PFLAG, it's actually the nation's largest family and ally organization. And Oreo teamed up with them this past fall for a really lovely campaign called Proud Parent, which focused on creating acceptance and inclusivity for LGBTQ kids and their parents. And so the effort included a film, and you had some limited edition product that accompanied that as well. The film is really touching, back to your point before, and it feels like the brand really has moved from a point where you were just showing support in that initial Facebook post to actually doing something that drives social change and conversation. So I would love it if you could share how this project came together and some of the things that you learned in the process.
Yeah, I mean, you nailed it. That was exactly the conversation we had going into 2020. How do we go from, showing support to making an impact, driving change? And, it got back to some of the things I was talking about earlier, which was really about, family bonds. And one of the things that we were talking with our agency partners that ultimately led to a lot of really good discussions with PFLAG was that when an LGBTQ individual comes out of the closet, for many of them, it's a very scary moment. And one of the reasons for that is, they fear what their loved ones, how their loved ones will react, and particularly their parents first and foremost. And in some cases, that is a bond that is at risk of breaking, and they perceive that, and that's very hard. And I think in general, we know how important family support is to just mental health and well-being, of everyone, but certainly among LGBTQ individuals. So that just really led to just like, we were all very inspired by this idea of like, how do we inspire people to stand up in loud public support for the LGBTQ loved ones in their lives? And that led, to the film that you mentioned, which featured a real couple, Jen and Amy, and it's sort of, sort of like kind of you walked you through some of the challenges that folks face when they're bringing a partner home for the first time, right? And that can be when you have a parent that is going on their own journey of acceptance, like what that feels like. And then, I mean, go check out the spot, but you'll see that it's really we're proud of it, and that it's really about the journey that also the parent or the loved one will go on, and that when that acceptance shines through, and how important that is to that bond, and also just the support one feels. So, and the whole idea was a loving world starts with a loving home, right? And that was just a piece to kind of jumpstart it. I think a lot of the substance behind the campaign was the work that we did with PFLAG. And we're not an expert, right, in this area. And we partnered with PFLAG, as you mentioned, actually the largest ally organization. And they have so many great resources around, how family members and loved ones can show their support, ways to sort of, get involved. I think a lot of great just information, educational resources that we used on our social platforms that helped sort of spread sort of the message around showing pride and love. And then of course we had the cookies, which was a big, we've had fans have been asking ever since we did that post back in 2012, the rainbow cookie post. People have been asking like, okay, when are you actually going to make it? So we did make a rainbow pack of Oreos, and it was we kind of put it out there as inspiration and reward for beautiful signs of allyship in social media. So they were a huge hit.
Yeah. Well, speaking of, so I know special edition Oreos are a big thing in your marketing as is. So I have to talk about, which is the elephant in the room here, which are the Lady Gaga Chromatica Oreos, which I have a pack right here in this wonderful pink color. So it's blowing up on Twitter and on all the other social platforms, which is amazing, by the way. And what I love that you've done here is that you've really tapped into the LGBTQ cultural zeitgeist here with the collaboration, which is not an easy feat, by the way. So like, how did you land on this partnership? Like, how did it come to life? Tell us everything.
Yes. We're so happy with how this has turned out and just the response, I mean, and it's so great because how the conversation started, it was, a few weeks into lockdown last year, we were seeing, I mean, there was so much, I think, fear and doubt and anxiety of what our lives would look like. And I would never imagined I'd still be sitting in my basement doing a webcast with you nearly a year later. But it was just like all that, we were kind of thinking before, like, wow, people are feeling, they're physically disconnected, there's anxiety, stress. And it's like, we were thinking about our 21 plans, like not even knowing what it was how the year would play out. But we were like, we really believe this is a moment that we would just want to spread joy. Like we just, we want to lift people's spirits. And, we also were talking a lot about the role that music plays in lifting our spirits. It's sort of like a universal language. I mean, it can tap into all kinds of emotions, but it can certainly lift us up and it can unify us. And certainly with Lady Gaga's Chromatica, it can spread some very powerful messages. And certainly a lot of her messages around kindness and acceptance. And so there were a lot of things that were kind of coming together at that moment that led us to like, what if we just, did a collaboration in a pretty big way with Lady Gaga. I know we talk a lot about the cookies, which are fantastic, right?
Yeah.
They're flying off the shelf. So you better go get them soon if you haven't tried them. But it's a part of a bigger program. It's called the Sing It with Oreo program. And it's tied to a partnership and sponsorship really of the Born This Way Foundation. So when you spread musical messages of kindness, and there's actually Gaga, we call them Gaga-grams and Oreo-grams that you can spread, we donate to the Born This Way Foundation. And, that's Gaga's foundation, and they're doing great work, to create what they say, a braver, kinder world, and often with youth, but, goes beyond that. And that was a very important component of this overall program. And it was very important to her. And so, it's sort of multifaceted, and so it aligns with what we were trying to do from a purpose standpoint. But the biggest reward is just seeing like just people go nuts and all the dancing to Stupid Love with their Oreos on Twitter and, you name it. So it's been really exciting.
It's such a great campaign, and I feel like such a precise level of social listening was happening, like especially like going after like LGBTQ people on Twitter and like all the conversation happening when Chromatica came out. I know that in my household it was getting played a lot in April as like a little bit of like therapy during lockdown.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of new music coming out. It was a great, and it right back to her roots, right? It felt good. Yeah.
I know like we talked about the like Gaga-grams and Oreo-grams. Was there anything else, like, as obviously this has been a runaway success for y'all, anything like surprising that you've learned along the way?
Surprising that I've learned. Well, a lot of it, you were kind of touching on it. I think the one, I mean, it was, people love the idea. We could just put it out in the world, and actually not done Sing It with Oreo, anything, you just put the product out, people go nuts, right? But I think what I'm just really proud of our agency team and the Oreo team at Mondelez is how they did exactly what you were just saying. They went really deep into like in really understanding Little Monsters and her fan base, because I mean, those are obviously the folks who are going to get the most excited and spread the message. And when we announced it, that it was coming, we had to announce it back in December. We didn't set the date, right? We had a stand club, and then a couple days before it actually hit shelves, we did a Chromatica virtual hunt where fans had to literally like search around. Yeah, I don't know if you saw it, like the
I did.
Different, social handles to find clues, with a chance to win autograph packs from Lady Gaga. So, and there were so many other examples, like the influencers that we tapped into. I mean, we had everyone from like Lil Nas X, posting of doing, Instagram Live or posting about it, to, Drew Barrymore on her show, tasting it and, talking about it. I mean, it was all over the place, and it tapped into so many different, it's such a broad audience, really, and in a very meaningful way. It's hard to do that, but Global Pop Star helps.
It does. And I mean, bravo to you and your team for a well played execution there. So
thank you.
I have a few more questions here. I know we're kind of tight on time, so let me get this one in at least. And then we also have the Q&A function for those who are on. If you input your questions there, we'll reserve 5 minutes at the end for Justin to answer those questions. So I'll go with my next question here. So, and this kind of ties back to the action we were talking about with the PFLAG campaign. So a fear for many marketers is being authentic when joining the conversation around LGBTQ inclusion and diversity. What advice do you have for other marketers who don't want to appear like they're simply virtue signaling?
That's a good one. It kind of goes back to what I was saying. I mean, you really understanding your values and your purpose, and building. And then I also would say you have to shift your intent. So a lot of times we talk ROI and sales velocity, and that is not we really have to shift to the way I think about it is brands can be platforms, they can be microphones, and those can be used in a really meaningful way to impact change. So I think once you understand your values, your purpose, I would really say you've got to think about your objectives differently and what you're trying to achieve. And I mean, I think this is true of like why you do sustainability, why, how you think about inclusivity in a broader context. I think that's critical. And then the other thing is you have to practice what you preach. And so, for us, I mean, diversity and inclusion, where we're doing the most around that is inside our company, and working with our partners and ensuring that we have diversity, as you think about ad production in front of the camera, behind the camera, and that we talk about it with our supplier base, and how they have to evolve to reflect what our standards around diversity and inclusion. I think that's absolutely critical. And if you don't have that in place, then you shouldn't even think about communication or purpose efforts. At least my advice.
Yeah, I know you and I were talking about how, before we connected on this, about how important it is that your suppliers are being thoughtful in when they're hiring production crews and talent and all of those and everything that goes into what happens in the final product. So I love that you have a lens on that. Like, it's not just showing people what we're doing, but also like we're putting the muscle behind it to make sure that it has meaning.
And I was thinking, like, on Proud Parents, for example, throughout the creative development process, we worked very closely with PFLAG We had diverse like external agency partners that we worked with. We work very closely with our Rainbow Council, which is our employee resource group internally. And like one is not like helping us craft the campaign and the message, but also how do we leverage it, like PFLAG and their resources internally in our organization to educate and sort of bring the program to life within Mondelez. So I think that's really important. I think having those diverse perspectives at every step of the way, and then really leveraging it within with your employee base is critical.
I totally agree with you. And I think like, even going back to another, you mentioned earlier that when you like these efforts that you've done, so like with the PFLAG campaign and even going back to the original Facebook post, which was controversial at that time, like they're not done with the intent of making money. And I think there's sometimes a misconception from consumers like, oh, they're just bringing in a new audience because they want to make more money. So I love that you're thinking about it from like a 360 perspective and from an action lens versus like, okay, we're just going to say something.
Right. Yeah. And I just, I think of brands, we have a responsibility. You know, we have to be a part of the change. And I think consumers do expect it from us, and more, I would say, right? And I think it is, the onus is on us to get it right, you know, to get the message right, to be clear on the impact we want to make. So it doesn't come off as, it's not discounted, you know, it's just, oh, they're virtue signaling or they're doing it for profits. But I believe it's the right thing to do, you know? And so I think that's how, you know, and I think it's how a lot of people do think about it, but it's often, there's some skepticism, which I understand, you know, around, you know, like what is the intent? So.
Well, I actually want to pivot because I know we have like 5 minutes left here. So I want to go to some of the questions that are here. And I actually love the first one here because I actually think it's something that you and I spoke about a little bit. So the first question here is, 10 years ago, brands would say, oh, we have an LGBTQ plus strategy, but then they would only run ads on Logo or an Out magazine. How important is a mass market plan for LGBTQ inclusive campaigns today, so that mainstream audiences are being exposed to this messaging and not just LGBTQ spaces?
That is a great question. I love that. I think it's, if you want to impact change, then you have to go, I mean, don't just sing to the choir, right? Like, I mean, like you have to go, you know, broader. And it's like, and I gave some examples earlier, right, of mass media campaigns. Like I talked about the Honey Maid campaign. That was a mass media, multi-channel, and, you know, showing family compositions in so many different lights, and in that every family is wholesome. And you know, Ritz just did, another Mondelez brand, amazing work around holiday, and they talked about the, you know, where there's love, there's family, and they talked about chosen families. And sometimes folks might not be accepted with their, you know, biological family, their nuclear family, but it's the chosen families and the love that's there that's so important to acceptance. And that was a mass media campaign. It's so, and Proud Parents, that was one of our most successful campaigns in terms of reach. You know, we were trying to get it out there to as many eyeballs to impact change as possible. So I think that's really important. And I've seen that shift happen. I totally know where the question's coming from. That's how we did think about it 10 years ago. And we thought that was inclusive. Actually, probably not so much. But I think, yeah, I think it's changing today, which is good.
You know, even on that question, when Justin and I were prepping for this, I was saying, in my early career, I worked at an ad agency on General Motors. And I remember we were buying, when Logo first started selling ads, and like there was automotive, alcohol, and travel, and that was it. It's such almost like a stereotype version of like what the audience should look like or what the composition is. So I think it's so great that it's now become a mass market message. So I think we have time for like one more audience question here. So I'm going to go with this one. Are there any plans for Pride this year, either virtual or in person, if events start up again later in the year?
Under construction. So no, we do have some active things in development. So of course we're trying to sort of figure out month by month what the situation will look like as it relates to the pandemic. So that will impact sort of our plans, but yeah, expect to see certainly a continuation from us. And when we set out to support PFLAG, it wasn't a one-off campaign. It was really a commitment. So.
Well, I'm excited to see what you come up with for Pride this year. Who knows, maybe it will involve this person. We'll see. But thank you for your time today, and for your insight, and for these lovely pink colored Oreos.
Thank you, Joshua. Go enjoy them.
That's what I'm doing after this.
Yeah, awesome. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Yeah, and first of all, nice to say a quick hello. My Wi-Fi crashed before your session started, so I'm so grateful you guys shared both of your insights. Justin, real quick before I let you go, I'm curious. I mean, because yeah, to Josh's point, my social feeds have been blowing up on the Chromatica Oreo since December. So has it broken any milestones as far as just demand, overall social activity? I would imagine it's
I don't have the final
territory.
Sorry to interrupt you. I don't have final numbers, and I would be happy to share them once I have them. But I can tell you, it is a total blockbuster. It has exceeded. So the Game of Thrones Oreo was our most successful commercial limited edition in terms of the speed of sales, the sales rate, prior to Lady Gaga. It has beaten out the Game of Thrones limited edition, which was huge. Wow. That was the final season. It was big. And so it is, from a sales standpoint, doing incredibly well. And I mean, the social media and earned media impressions are absolutely through the roof. I just don't have the specifics yet because they're continuing to build. So yeah, it's been pretty incredible.
I think a directional metric for you is the fact that I just did a search to see where I could find them because I still haven't got my hands on them. They're on eBay. So that alone says a lot about demand.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of that hoarding to sell on eBay after they're off the shelf. So.
Exactly. Well, thank you again to you both for rounding out a fantastic day of programming. I could not be prouder of all the fantastic talks we've heard today throughout the day, whether it was from our opening sessions with MasterCard and Diageo, our talks from Best Buy and Electronic Arts, and this past hour with Procter & Gamble and Oreo. So for those of you who tuned in and maybe missed part of it or want to see sessions again, we'll have a full live cast up on Brand Innovators YouTube channel starting tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, we will also have our next Brand Innovators live cast starting at noon Eastern. That'll be focused on influencer marketing with our partners at Influential. And we're going to be joined by marketing leaders from IBM, Visible, Cadillac, Avocados from Mexico. So please tune into that. And thank you everyone for tuning in today. We hope to see you again soon.